Chapter 118. It should be related to the ghost demon cave. Chinyu thought so too. After coming out of the underground stalactite cave, he did not explore the other places of the ghost demon cave. There might be other ghost cultivators hiding in the ghost demon cave. In that case, it made sense that the treasures of the two martial monarch realm cultivators had disappeared. Go back and kill him. Thinking of the sneak attack just now, the dragon soul said with killing intent. Forget it. Since I didn't sense it before, it will be difficult to find it if I go back now. Chinyu thought for a while and shook his head. The terrain of the ghost demon cave was complicated. It would not be easy to find someone who could hide from his perception. Seeing that he had been following him in the dark, he should be targeting him. As for the target, it should be related to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, the Skeleton Ghost King, and the Ancient Bronze Token. Chinyu stood up, looked around the ruins, and flew into the sky. As long as the other party was targeting the treasures of the Ghost Demon Cave, they would definitely come looking for him. In that case, he might as well just stay still. Next time, as long as that person showed the slightest flaw, Chinyu would definitely kill him. At this time, Wei Jun and the others, who were seriously injured by Chinyu, had already taken the opportunity to escape. Chinyu did not chase after them. To him, Wei Jun and the others were just a group of ants. They could only be used as practice for the dragon soul. After Chinyu flew away from the remnant, 2 purple eyes appeared in a cloud of ghost fog underneath the remnant. It was the light purple ghost fog that had appeared in the ghost demon cave. It was not until Chinyu disappeared into the sky that the light purple ghost fog retracted its gaze. The best time to attack just now was instantly noticed by Chinyu and almost exposed its identity. Now that Chinyu was on guard, wanting to approach him and sneak attack him was no longer an easy matter. Moreover, Chinyu gave it a very dangerous feeling. Immediately, the ball of light purple ghostly mist transformed into strands of ghostly chi and dissipated. After leaving the ruins, Chinyu followed the 10 command medallions and arrived in front of an ancient pagoda. Within this ancient pagoda, there was an ancient seal of the Holy Land. However, when Chinyu arrived, there were already dozens of people gathered around the ancient tower. Those people were mostly martial emperors. They were scattered around the ancient pagoda and were on guard against each other. Outside the ancient pagoda, there was an extremely powerful seal. Clearly, those prodigies who were in a stalemate were worried that they would become the target of public criticism if they made the first move. Chinyu glanced at it, but did not hesitate. He directly flew towards the restriction of the ancient pagoda. Whoosh! Immediately, all the geniuses around the ancient pagoda looked at Chinyu. Without any superfluous means, Chinyu directly punched out. A 3-meter-wide fist of light that seemed to be solid suddenly exploded on the ancient pagoda's restriction. Along with the deafening sound of the explosion, an incomparably violent shock wave of true chi immediately swept out. Crack! The restriction of the ancient pagoda was immediately broken. Chinyu's figure flashed and rushed into the ancient pagoda first. There were 5 floors in the ancient pagoda. Each floor had a large number of powerful mechanisms and restrictions. However, Chinyu rushed all the way, and all the mechanisms and restrictions along the way were easily destroyed by him. Roar! As soon as the martial emperors entered the ancient pagoda, a ferocious demonic chi rushed towards them. It was the myriad poison inky dragon of the dragon's soul guarding the ancient pagoda. All the martial emperors who entered were immediately attacked by the myriad poison inky dragon. Dragon soul, someone is monitoring this ancient pagoda. Don't expose the dragon clan's secret skill. The dragon soul, who was fighting with the martial emperors, suddenly heard Chinyu's voice from the top of the pagoda. The dragon soul thought for a moment and immediately understood. Since there was an ancient seal of the Holy Land here, it was highly likely that someone from the Water Fairy Sacred Ground was monitoring this ancient pagoda. The dragon soul, who originally wanted to use the dragon clan's secret skill to practice, changed its mind. Not long after, Chinyu, who had entered the top floor of the ancient pagoda, came down with a blue ancient seal in his hand. The ancient seal was engraved with a daffodil flower, which was exactly the same as the one on Qinyu's jade pendant. Qinyu, who had obtained the ancient seal, also joined the battle. In a short period of time, he defeated all of the martial royal heavenly geniuses. LV4 martial emperor realm, able to defeat opponents of a higher level. This kid is not bad. He is indeed a good seedling. I wonder how his body constitution and talent are. Just as Qinyu had sensed in an ancient palace, there were 6 figures looking at the water screen light mirror in front of them. The scene on the water screen light mirror was the scene of the battle in the ancient pagoda. Qin, you look to be about 16 years old. At such a young age, he was already at LV for martial emperor realm and had a myriad poison inky dragon as a spiritual beast. Among the geniuses of the 100 countries, he was definitely one of the best. It's the 5 princes of Qingzhou. That's strange. Why are the 5 of them working together? Suddenly, 30 figures appeared on the water screen light mirror and quickly arrived in front of the ancient pagoda. The 5 people in the lead were the 5 scions of Qingzhou. Elder Huiyang. I remember that one of the 5 scions of Qingzhou is a genius from the Hu clan. A burly man asked a black-robed elder beside him. That's right. It's a pity that the kid did not live up to expectations and was eliminated during the sacred land assessment. The black-robed elder, Huiyang, stared at a handsome young man and smiled like a flower. The sacred land assessment requires the strength of a martial honorable to pass. Being eliminated during the assessment does not mean that he is not talented. The muscular man shook his head. Elder Fu Hai is right. I think that being able to compete with the geniuses of the 100 countries before entering the sacred land is a good opportunity to gain experience. The other elders also chimed in. There was a hint of flattery in their words. Although Huiyang was being modest, the smile on his face was even wider. A genius with a 9th grade innate spiritual pulse was rare even in the sacred land. At this moment, in front of the ancient pagoda, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Qinyu shook his head as he looked at Wei Jun, who was glaring at him with a cold, murderous intent. Little bastard, if I don't tear you to pieces today, I'll change my surname to yours. Wei Jun rubbed his chest that was still in pain as the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. And how pitiful! A cold light flashed in Qinyu's eyes when he heard this. Brother Luoyuan, as long as you help me kill him today, I'll join the Hu clan. The corner of Wei Jun's eyes twitched as his face twisted. A violent aura burst out. But when he thought about how he was heavily injured by Qinyu and almost died, he did not dare to challenge Qinyu. Are you serious? Beside Wei Jun, the handsome Hua Luoyuan's eyes lit up. As long as Wei Jun submitted to him, all the geniuses of Qingzhou would belong to him. Of course. Wei Jun said fiercely. Great. Hua Luoyuan laughed. With Wei Jun's talent, it would not be a problem for him to enter the martial ancestor realm. If he had the opportunity, he might even be able to challenge Wu Shang. The Wei clan behind Wei Jun was a powerful force that had many connections in the sacred land. Gaining Wei Jun's support was equivalent to gaining the Wei clan's support. This was naturally great news for Hua Luoyuan. It would be beneficial for him to establish himself in the Narcissus sacred land. Chapter 119. Cripple him. After laughing out loud, Hua Luoyuan's cold gaze fell on Qinyu as he spoke indifferently. Affirmative. Apart from the 5 sons of Qingzhou, the rest of the martial dominator realm geniuses immediately charged at Qinyu. Hua Luoyuan's followers were all at the 8th or 9th layer martial dominator realm, which was much stronger than Wei Jun's subordinates. Dragon Soul, kill them all. Qinyu's eyes flickered coldly. Against these people who wanted to kill him, Qinyu would not simply defeat them. Roar! The dragon's soul emitted a strong murderous intent as it charged forward while surrounded by a poisonous mist. after obtaining the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. The dragon's soul no longer cared about the 10,000 poisons Inky Serpent. It was extremely ferocious and fearless during the battle. Rumble. The surging water element poisonous demonic chi clashed violently with the violent true essence in the air. The space within a few hundred zhang was turned into a chaotic zone, preventing anyone from entering. Has this poisonous serpent awakened its bloodline? Hua Luoyuan's eyes flickered. He had thought Wei Jun was exaggerating when he first heard it. However, it seemed like the 10,000 poisons Inky Serpent was no ordinary beast. Hua Luoyuan's greed was aroused after seeing how extraordinary the 10,000 poisons Inky Serpent was. He glanced at Qin Yu. Once Qin Yu was dead, the 10,000 poisons Inky Serpent would be his. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hua Luoyuan immediately made his move, unleashing a bone-chilling aura. As Hua Luoyuan performed a hand seal, countless icy blades were formed and fired at the same time. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air rang out incessantly. Judging from the aura, it was obviously a highness martial skill. There's something strange about this kid. Let's attack together. Seeing this, Wei Jun said something to the 3 children of Qing province and immediately rushed forward. The runes on the ancient sword in his hand glowed brightly as sharp sword glows were fired. The 3 sons of Qing Zhou exchanged glances with one another and raised their eyebrows. Did they really need the help of the 5 sons of Qing Zhou to deal with a 4th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator? Wasn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? Godly fist of destruction. Extermination. Qin Yu took a step forward in the air. Countless streams of energy gathered in his right fist from his 4 limbs, bones, blood, and flesh. There was a deafening explosion as a faint black fist radiance shot out like a meteor. Wherever the fist aura passed, the air vibrated, and the ice blades and sword auras were instantly shattered. How can a monarch stage martial skill be so powerful? Hua Luoyuan's eyes flashed with shock. An exalted rank martial skill being broken by an emperor rank martial skill. This went against common sense. One had to know that these 2 martial skills were fundamentally different. There was no reason for them to be overturned. He's only at the 4th level of the martial emperor realm, and he's already mastered a martial technique at the peak of the emperor realm. Not only that, but the attribute of his origin energy is also strange. It seems to be able to destroy other origin energy. But even if that's the case, a monarch stage martial skill shouldn't be able to defeat an exalt stage martial skill, right? It is indeed a little strange. There seems to be some other power fused into his fist. Inside the ancient palace, the few martial ancestor realm cultivators began a heated discussion after seeing this. Only Hui Yang's smile froze. With Hua Luoyuan's cultivation as a half-step martial honorable, he was actually at a disadvantage after using an exalted rank martial skill. This greatly exceeded Hui Yang's expectations. There was a cold glint in his eyes as he looked at Qin Yu. Boom! Just as Hua Luoyuan and Wei Jun were about to dodge the fist aura, it suddenly exploded. The violent and destructive origin energy was like a sword that wreaked havoc. Even the air was faintly cut into pieces. Boom, boom. Hua Luoyuan and Wei Jun were both injured and thrown far away. They were in a sorry state. This scene shocked the martial ancestor realm cultivators from the ancient palace. It seemed that they had underestimated the power of Qin Yu's fist. Get out of my way. I'm going to kill him myself. Although he was not injured, Hua Luoyuan's face immediately turned ugly when he was thrown away by a level 4 martial emperor. Hua Luoyuan knew that the elders of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground could see the 100 countries battlefield. As the number 1 genius of the Hua clan, he naturally had to enter the sacred ground with extraordinary talent. How could he leave a stain in the hands of a level 4 martial emperor? This was something that he could not tolerate. Wei Jun and the 3 Qingzhou geniuses could only retreat to the side when they heard this. Hua Luoyuan was obviously enraged, and it was best not to provoke him. "Spiritual meridian, appear!" Hua Luoyuan shouted loudly, and an even more shocking cold aura exploded from his body. Vaguely, the cold aura condensed into a giant ice python that was 10 feet long and circled around his body. At this moment, the air around Hua Luoyuan was faintly frozen. It was to the extent that one's breath would turn into ice. Hua Luoyuan's cultivation continued to increase as a result. Spiritual meridian solidification. No way. He actually awakened his spiritual meridian for the second time? This talent is simply too shocking. In the palace, the martial ancestor realm elders of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground were extremely shocked. Everyone knew that the spiritual meridian was born naturally, but one's aptitude could be improved through continuous transformation. Hua Luoyuan's aptitude was originally a level 9 innate spiritual meridian. Now that it had awakened for the second time, as long as it completed the transformation, wouldn't it be possible for it to become a sacred meridian? The smile on Hua Yang's face returned, but the cold light in his eyes became even more intense. Although he didn't know how talented Qin Yu was, he believed that he must have a spiritual meridian. Since they had already formed a grudge, he naturally couldn't let him live. Die. Secret skill, Dark Ice Frost Python. Hua Luoyuan sneered as he quickly formed seals with his hands. Boundless cold aura surged out from his body and entered the ice frost python. Immediately, the dark ice frost python completely solidified as if it had intelligence. It swept out a shocking aura and charged towards Qin Yu. The power of this move was comparable to the fighting strength of a martial honorable realm martial artist. Wei Jun also revealed a cold smile on his face. Although he couldn't personally kill Qin Yu, he could see Qin Yu being killed, and it was enough for him to vent the hatred in his heart. You have just awakened for the second time, and you dare to use the spiritual meridian solidification to attack. Qin Yu stood motionless in the air and had no intention of dodging. When the dark ice frost python charged towards him, Qin Yu lowered his body and threw out another punch. Crack! In the next moment, a crisp cracking sound could be heard. The ferocious dark ice frost python was blocked by Qin Yu's simple punch. With Qin Yu's right fist as the center, cracks started to spread out on the ice frost python. A terrifying fist force wreaked havoc on the ice frost python and destroyed everything in its path. Uft! The ice frost python turned into ice shards and fell to the ground. Hua Luoyuan, who had been grinning, turned pale in an instant and spat out a mouthful of blood. The dark ice frost python was formed by Hua Luoyuan's spiritual meridian. Now that it had been destroyed by Qin Yu's punch, he naturally suffered from the backlash. How is this possible? An incredulous cry could be heard. Wei Jun's group of 4 and the elder from the Guhal who was watching the battle all looked at Qin Yu with an extremely shocked expression. The fighting strength of a martial honorable realm martial artist had been destroyed by Qin Yu, who was only a rank for martial royal realm martial artist. How was this possible? Even if he could challenge someone of a higher rank, shouldn't there be a limit? It should be known that Qin Yu did not use any secret techniques, spiritual veins, and so on. It was just a simple punch. Chapter 120. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, Qin Yu was an exception. He had already cultivated the fire lightning dragon body to the 6th revolution realm. His physical strength had reached 600,000 pounds, and his body was so tough that it was invulnerable to fire and lightning. Even an ordinary martial honorable would not be able to hurt Qin Yu, let alone someone who had reached the martial honorable realm. Therefore, even if he did not use his bloodline power, Qin Yu was not afraid of someone who had reached the martial honorable realm. However, after this exchange, Qin Yu felt that the destructive divine fist was not enough for him to use. It seemed like it was time for him to cultivate a new martial skill. Kill him. All of you, attack together and kill him. a roar was heard. It was the pale Hua Luoyuan. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Qin Yu viciously. However, under that murderous intent and resentment, there was a trace of unconcealable fear and fear. Attack! Wei Jun and the other three people's faces changed. They took out their life-saving treasures and attacked together. Die! Qin Yu's eyes turned cold as his body flashed. He turned into an illusory figure and appeared in front of Wei Jun and the other three people in the blink of an eye. Boom! Qin Yu did not show any mercy as he punched out with both fists. Streaks of tangible fist light exploded in the sky, and the violent, destructive true essence exploded wantonly. Poof! This time, the martial honorable realm talisman around Wei Jun was destroyed by the punch. His head exploded and blood splattered in the sky. Oh no! The three sons of Qingzhou's faces changed as they were filled with fear and despair. They immediately tried to escape. Boom! Boom! However, Qin Yu did not give them the chance to do so. He used the shrinking technique, and the three of them followed in Wei Jun's footsteps. The four sons of Qingzhou were killed by Qin Yu in an instant. Why is he so strong? Hua Luoyuan, who had just consumed the spiritual elixir, looked at Qin Yu in a daze. They were all half-step martial honorables and could forcefully use soul attacks at critical moments. However, in the face of Wei Jun's group of 4 soul attacks, Qin Yu did not react at all. How could LV4 martial royal realm cultivator possess such terrifying combat strength? Similarly, the few ancient palace elders from the Water Fairy Holy Land were also shocked. Although he knew that Qin Yu might not have gone all out earlier, his combat prowess was still a little too strong. The son of Qingzhou could be said to be the strongest genius candidate in the 100 nations of Qingzhou. But in Qin Yu's hands, he was as weak as a baby. He smashed one of them to death with a single punch, dying cleanly and without the slightest ability to retaliate. Not good. While the other martial arts sect elders were still in shock, Huiyang regained his senses. Hua Luoyuan's strength was indeed the strongest among the children of Qing province. However, judging from Qin Yu's battle prowess, Hua Luoyuan was definitely not a match for Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Huiyang's face suddenly changed. Roar! At that moment, a deafening dragon's roar was heard, and a terrifying sound wave swept out like a hurricane. Those martial royal realm geniuses who had wanted to take the opportunity to escape when they saw that the situation was not good. At that moment, they were all bleeding from their 7 orifices and howling in pain. It was the dragon soul's superpower, Dragon's Roar. Poof! 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 Those martial royal realm geniuses were all killed. Hua Luoyuan and the others who had come with a mighty aura. At that moment, Hua Luoyuan was the only one standing alone in the void. Don't come over. I'm a direct descendant of the Hua clan, a genius who has been selected to enter the Holy Land to cultivate. If you dare to kill me, the Hua clan will not let you off. Looking at Qin Yu and the dragon soul, Hua Luoyuan's eyes were filled with fear, and he broke out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, the Hua clan can't save you now. Qin Yu did not waste any time. His battle dragon vital energy roared and surged into his right fist. Wisps of fist chi circled around him, and the terrifying fist power continued to stack, causing Hua Luoyuan's face to turn even paler. Boom! At that moment, a majestic fluctuation surged out from the ancient palace. An enormous hand covered in formation patterns, like a murder coming out of a cage, violently grabbed at Qin Yu. Looking at the power of the giant rune hand, if Qin Yu was caught, he would be crippled even if he did not die. Martial ancestor? No, his strength is far weaker than a real martial ancestor. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the martial ancestor of the Water Fairy sacred ground had interfered. Hua Luoyuan, who had been in despair, was overjoyed. He immediately rushed toward the ancient pagoda like a madman. He knew that a martial ancestor expert had interfered. As long as he entered the ancient pagoda, he would be safe. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, he could not fight against a martial ancestor expert. Seeing that he was getting closer to the ancient pagoda, Hua Luoyuan relaxed even more. He even turned around to look at Qin Yu. He did not hide the intense hatred in his eyes. Once he was out of danger and entered the Holy Land, he would have thousands of ways to torture Qin Yu. Not only that, he also wanted to investigate Qin Yu's background. It would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart if he did not kill Qin Yu and his family. Ha! Do you think that a martial ancestor can save you? Qin Yu noticed the hatred in Hua Luoyuan's eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. In the next instant, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted from Qin Yu's body. Swoosh! Qin Yu took a step forward. As if he had traveled through space, he disappeared from the giant rune hand. When Qin Yu appeared again, he was behind Hua Luoyuan like a ghost. Hua Luoyuan, who had managed to escape, froze on the spot. His entire body froze. A bone-chilling sense of death enveloped his heart. It was as if the god of death was staring at him. Stop! An anxious old voice suddenly sounded from the ancient pagoda. That enormous rune hand would immediately turn around and grab at Qin Yu. Boom! Qin Yu acted as if he did not hear anything as he coldly punched out. Hua Luoyuan did not stop him when he tried to kill Lin Yun, but he was asking Lin Yun to stop now. Hua Luoyuan's defensive barrier was instantly shattered, and his body exploded inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. At this point, the 5 princes of the Azure Province had all died in Qin Yu's hands. Within the ancient palace, the few elders who were originally observing to see if there were any good seedlings were now completely silent. It was deathly silent. Their lifeless gazes all landed on Qin Yu's immature yet callous face. Hua Luoyuan, who possessed a 9th-grade connate spiritual vein and was known as the strongest genius of the Hua clan, was killed just like that? Arg! Only Huyang seemed to have gone mad. He let out a roar of grief, and his eyes were bloodshot. His boundless true yuan poured into the array before him. Boom! In front of the ancient pagoda, Qin Yu was hit by the giant rune hand that had instantly expanded by several times. As if he had been hit by a giant beast, Qin Yu crashed into the ground. As dust rose, a deep hole appeared on the ground. Qin Yu could no longer be seen as he was slammed deep into the ground. Die! Die! Hui Yang's killing intent surged. His true yuan was still pouring into the array as he continued to control the giant rune hand to attack. Elder Huyang, what are you doing? At this moment, the other elders in the ancient palace reacted and immediately pulled Huyang away. Huyang had interfered in the assessment to save Hua Luoyuan. But now, killing a genius in the assessment was a huge taboo. Chapter 121. Looking at the deep hole in the ground, the elders looked at each other in dismay. This time, the most outstanding geniuses of the 100 Countries tournament would probably all die here. Huyang, who was in a frenzy, was still filled with killing intent. Although he had slapped Qin Yu to death, it was impossible to save Hua Luoyuan. A peerless genius with an innate grade 9 spiritual pulse had died in front of him. Huyang felt his heart bleeding. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. When he had allowed Hua Luoyuan to kill Qin Yu, he had to bear the consequences of Hua Luoyuan's death. His martial ancestor cultivation and the Hua family's power could not intimidate everyone. Bang! But just at this moment, an explosive sound came from the crater that had been created by the giant rune hand. Could it be he's still alive? It can't be. The elders quivered and came back to their senses. Their eyes all stared at the deep pit. Huyang, who was filled with killing intent, was stunned and looked over. He had attacked with all his might. Although it was a teleportation attack, its power was not as strong as his real combat strength. However, killing a mere martial emperor was definitely not a problem. Boom! In the next moment, a figure walked out of the deep hole as gravel flew into the sky. The few martial ancestor elders in the ancient palace looked at the scene in disbelief. Chinyu, who had walked out of the deep hole, was actually unharmed. They wondered if they had seen wrongly. However, after taking a closer look, they realized that Chinyu was really unharmed. Even his clothes and hair were not damaged at all. How could he be unharmed after taking a direct attack from a martial ancestor? Even if he had a defensive spiritual treasure, it should not be possible. The more powerful the spiritual treasure, the more powerful the cultivation needed to activate it. Just like Huoluoyuan and the other sons of Qingzhou, they only had spiritual treasures refined by martial honorable to defend themselves. With their cultivation, they could not activate a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. Chinyu, who was only at the 4th level martial emperor realm, could not activate a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. Since that was the case, how did Chinyu do it? Huaclan. Chinyu walked out from the pit. He put away the spatial rings, looked deeply at the ancient pagoda, and then flew away. This little bastard. The corner of Huayang's eyes twitched as he clenched his fists tightly. When Chinyu left, he looked at the ancient pagoda with disdain. Without a doubt, he was provoking him. Not only had he killed the strongest prodigy of the Hu clan, but he had also let him leave unscathed. This made Huiyang want nothing more than to rush into the 100 countries battlefield and tear Chinyu to shreds. However, Huiyang also knew that since his previous attack did not succeed, the upper echelons of the Water Immortal Holy Land would definitely not allow him to do so. Seeing Chinyu disappear into the range of the water screen light mirror, Huiyang left with a gloomy face. Those elders glanced at each other, then continued watching the scenes on the other water screens as if nothing had happened. It was not a bad thing for the Hu clan to lose a super genius. Whoosh! After flying for half a day, Chinyu landed on a lone peak and sat down cross-legged. Hey, when did you get injured? Seeing Chinyu's flesh and blood being torn and his bones broken, the dragon soul was extremely surprised. When the giant rune hand attacked, Chinyu had secretly defended himself with the Heaven Punishment Formation. There should be no reason for him to be injured. What was going on? I just used so close, yet worlds apart. Chinyu formed a seal with his hands, and the dragon chi in his body surged, activating his blood and chi to heal his injuries. So close, yet worlds apart was a superpower. After mastering it, one could leap to the end of the world in one step. Shrinking distance into an inch was derived from so close, yet worlds apart. When he killed Huoluoyuan and avoided the attack of the martial ancestor, Chinyu had used so close, yet worlds apart. Take it easy. Using a superpower with your cultivation of the martial royal realm might cause your body to collapse. There was no doubt about the power of so close, yet worlds apart. It was so fast that it could even travel through space. However, it was a true superpower. What was a superpower? It was a transcendent skill that only martial gods could use. Moreover, so close, yet worlds apart, was a superpower of the dragon tribe. It was far superior to ordinary superpowers. Chinyu's soul power had not completely awakened, and he did not use so close, yet world apart with the help of the azure dragon battle the heavens. In the dragon soul's opinion, Chinyu was a little rash, and there was no need for him to do so. Don't worry. The fiery lightning dragon constitution is already at the 6th revolution. There won't be a problem. Chinyu smiled. Since he dared to use it, he was naturally confident. However, when I used so close, yet worlds apart just now, it confirmed my previous guess. Chinyu said, "What guess?" The dragon soul asked. "The origin dragon seal in my soul has disappeared." Chinyu said slowly. In his previous life, Chinyu had devoured thousands of dragon blood and comprehended thousands of dragon tribe superpowers. Each of the dragon tribe's superpowers had engraved an indelible origin dragon seal in his soul. When the origin dragon seal was activated, he could directly use the dragon tribe superpowers. However, when Chinyu used so close, yet worlds apart just now, he did not sense any origin dragon seal in his soul. Your soul power has only awakened once. It's normal that the origin dragon seal did not appear. The dragon soul said, "No, this has nothing to do with the awakening of the soul." Chinyu shook his head slightly and activated so far, yet worlds apart again to let the dragon soul sense the fluctuation of the soul. What's going on? After sensing carefully, the dragon soul's eyes turned serious. With the disappearance of the origin dragon seal, even if Chinyu's cultivation had completely recovered, his combat strength would not be able to return to its peak. Chinyu did not know what was going on. It should be something that happened when his soul was reincarnated. Or it could be that there was a price to pay for the reincarnation of the reincarnation immortal pill. However, as long as the immemorial battle dragon and the ancient dragon seal were there was no big problem. At most, everything could be redone. Of course, as for why the origin dragon seal disappeared, Chinyu still had to find out in the future. 6 hours later, Chinyu's injuries had completely healed. The benefits of having a strong physique were undeniable. Chinyu did not leave the mountain peak. Now that he had obtained the ancient dragon seal, it was time to get down to business. Immediately, Chinyu multitasked. He destroyed the contract soul seal in the skeleton Ghost King while activating the Ghost Eye of Destruction. In the Ghost Eye of Destruction, other than the Ghost King soul that was sealed in the Ghost Eye of Destruction, there was also a soul body sealed. That soul body was the soul body of the elder of the water fairy sacred ground in the Ghost Demon Cave. The reason why Chinyu did not kill him was because he was once an elder of the water fairy sacred ground. After all, Chinyu knew nothing about the water fairy sacred ground. Since he was going to the water fairy sacred ground to save his mother, he naturally had to understand the situation of the water fairy sacred ground. With Chinyu's current strength, it would be unwise for him to have a direct confrontation with the water fairy sacred ground. Therefore, after entering the water fairy sacred ground, secretly saving his mother was the right choice. Fortunately, he knew from the jade pendant that his father's background was not discovered by the water fairy sacred ground. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chinyu to pass through the 100 countries battlefield and enter the water immortal holy land so openly. As the Ghost Eye of Destruction trembled slightly, the soul body that was sealed appeared in Chinyu's soul sea. Chinyu's soul power swept out and immediately disintegrated the soul body to search for its memories. Natural spirit crystal of water. But after looking through the soul body's memories, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Chinyu's body. Chapter 1:22. Although the elder of the Narcissus Holy Land had lost some of his memories because he had become a ghost body, however, Chinyu still knew many secrets of the Narcissus Holy Land, including his mother's imprisonment. The elder of the ghost body had been sent by the Narcissus Holy Land to investigate his father's background. However, he had been reduced to a ghost body after a great battle with the soul cultivator in the 100 countries battlefield. The Narcissus Holy Land was located at the Narcissus Peak in the northwest of the mainland. It was said that it was founded by a martial god. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had many experts. Even Wu Sheng had many experts. The Narcissus Holy Land had a strict division of strength for its disciples. Martial royal realm experts could only be outer disciples. Only martial honorables could become core disciples. The strongest candidate for the saint was a martial ancestor realm expert. Every one of them was a peerless talent. Chinyu's mother was called Shan Wanhui. She was the former holy lady of the Narcissus Holy Ground and had an innate saint meridian. Therefore, the Narcissus Holy Land used his mother to form a marriage alliance with one of the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds. However, when he was born, his parents' affair was exposed and the Narcissus Holy Land was enraged. The Narcissus Holy Land and the 7 major martial worlds had let him and his father go. His mother had willingly been imprisoned in the serene, chill secret palace and spent her life refining innate spiritual crystals of water for the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds and the Narcissus Holy Land. The innate spiritual crystal of water was a type of innate 5 elements spiritual crystal that contained innate water spiritual power. It could be integrated into the body to improve the quality of the martial meridians and bloodline. If a martial ancestor realm expert refined it, it could even increase the chances of breaking through to the Wusheng realm. It was a rare spiritual treasure. That was why the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds and the Narcissus Holy Land agreed to his mother's conditions. However, the refining of the innate spiritual crystal of water could only be done with a unique water Saint Meridian in an extremely cold place. In other words, the refining of the innate spiritual crystal of water would consume the power of his mother's Saint Meridian. That kind of consumption was almost permanent. His mother had been imprisoned in an extremely cold place for more than 10 years and had been refining innate spiritual crystals of water. Qin used murderous intent to kill her. At the moment when the killing intent was overflowing, Qin Yu was unable to help himself from feeling anxious. Even if it was the power of a saint bloodline, after more than 10 years of depletion, it would probably reach its limit. Once his mother's Saint Meridian power was exhausted, she would be of no use to the water fairy sacred ground. At that time, it was easy to imagine what the water fairy Holy Land would do. 7 great martial worlds? Could it be one of the 7 martial realms in the heaven domain's 3 imperial realms? The dragon's soul said aloud after reading the soul's memory. If that was the case, then the heavenly dragon continent was not far from the heavenly region. It was understandable that there were traces of martial emperors and venerable sovereigns on this continent. Perhaps. Qin Yu didn't care about this. After searching the skeleton ghost king's memories, he began to use all his strength to erase the soul imprint of the skeleton ghost king. The corpse aura of the 9 hells hell dragon could be purified with special spiritual materials and secret arts. However, the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king would need time to slowly erase. Since he knew that there were many existences at the level of Wusheng in the water fairy sacred ground, Qin Yu couldn't be careless. Once his whereabouts were exposed, it wouldn't be so easy for him to sneak into the water fairy sacred ground. Therefore, just in case, he had to erase the corpse aura of the 9 hells hell dragon and the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king before he took action. After the 9 hells hell dragon's blood was purified, Qin Yu's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. As for the skeleton ghost king, Qin Yu would think of a way to raise it to the level of Wusheng. At that time, Qin Yu would have a much higher chance of success. Of course, Qin Yu also had to investigate his mother's situation. A month passed while Qin Yu was cultivating and erasing the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king. On this day, when Qin Yu was cultivating, a trembling sound came from the Sumeru ring on his hand. Qin Yu opened his eyes and moved his finger. A talisman appeared in his hand. This talisman was given to him by Wu Qingyang before he came to the 100 countries battlefield. As long as the 5 of them were in a certain area, they would be able to sense each other and take care of each other. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and decided to let the dragon's soul make a trip. Although their relationship wasn't good, he had some friendship with Yun Guxuan and the other 2. Since he had bumped into them, he naturally had to help them. Of course, he would only help them this time. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, in the sky above an ancient mountain range, Yun Guxuan, Wu Qinglong by Qin Yue, and Yun Shi were working together to summon a 5-foot-long flying shuttle to escape. Behind them were 5 martial royal realm geniuses who were chasing after them. Yun Guxuan's face was pale and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he was severely injured. More than half of Wu Qinglong's left shoulder was cut off. His flesh and bones could be seen clearly. He looked miserable. By Qin Yue and Yun, she weren't any better. If it weren't for Yun Guxuan's help, they would have died long ago. Yun Guxuan kept swallowing spirit pills to replenish his true essence, although forcibly refining spirit pills like this would cause a great burden to his body and foundation. But at this moment, Yun Guxuan couldn't care less. If they didn't have enough true essence to maintain the cloud-piercing shuttle, they would soon be caught by the martial emperors behind them. Brother, why don't we give them the assessment tokens? Seeing Yun Guxuan coughing violently after swallowing spirit pills, she was worried. If this continued, they would be caught sooner or later. It was better to take the opportunity to give up. Look at them. Even if we give them the tokens, they won't let us go. Yun Guxuan's voice was grave. After they revealed their identity as the Yun family fort, the other party still chased after them without any scruples. It was obvious that they wanted to silence them to prevent revenge. I didn't expect that in this year's 100 Countries battle we would have to compete for the assessment tokens. Bai Qingyue's expression was also grave. She had heard that the 100 Countries battle was very dangerous, but she didn't expect that this year's level of danger would rise to such a level. Now we can only hope to see if we can meet Qinyu. Wu Qinglong was gritting his teeth when his voice suddenly paused. The eyes of Yun Guxuan and the other two lit up. They quickly took out the detection talisman. Qinyu. The four of them were ecstatic. As long as they could reach Qinyu, they would be safe. They were very confident in Qinyu's strength. Roar! At this moment, a faint roar sounded. On a mountain peak far away in the mountain range, a ferocious inky flood dragon stepped on the mist and came over. 10,000 poisons, inky flood dragon. While Yun Guxuan and the other two were stunned, Bai Qingyue's face was even more ecstatic. She knew that Qinyu had subdued the 10,000 poisons, inky flood dragon in the Imperial Sacred Academy's secret realm. That's the 10,000 poisons, inky flood dragon? Is this the inky flood dragon that was rumored to be the inky flood dragon a while ago? So you're saying that the monster that killed the 5 scions of Qingzhou is here too? The 5 martial emperor realm geniuses who were chasing after them suddenly changed their expressions. Without thinking, they turned around and fled in panic. Chapter 123. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. The battle where Qinyu killed Hualui Yuan and the other 4 was witnessed by many geniuses who were hiding in the distance. This matter had already spread widely in the 100 Countries battlefield, although they did not know Qinyu's name. However, that 10,000 poisons inky flood dragon had become Qinyu's symbolic name. How would they dare to chase after a monster who could kill the 5 scions of Qingzhou? Yun Guxuan and the other 3 were puzzled by this scene. The myriad poison ink dragon's cultivation was only at the 4th level martial royal realm. However, since the crisis had been resolved, they were all greatly relieved in their hearts. The dragon's soul did not chase after the 5. It brought Yun Guxuan and the others back to the mountain where Qinyu was cultivating. After thanking Qinyu, they immediately sat down with their legs crossed and consumed spiritual pills to recover from their injuries. Qinyu did not ask any questions. He continued to absorb the spiritual qi and cultivate while destroying the contract soul seal. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth circled around him like clouds and mist. More than half of the mountain peak was shrouded in clouds and mist. Qinyu chose this mountain peak to cultivate because he knew there was a spiritual vein hidden in it. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was much richer than other places. After 5 days, Yun Guxuan and Wu Qinglong's injuries were completely healed. Bai Qingyue and Yunqi had already recovered. However, they did not disturb Qinyu when they saw him cultivating diligently. They cultivated quietly. They had also benefited from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that Qinyu had gathered. Is there anything you want to ask? Qinyu opened his eyes and looked at Yun Guxuan and the other 3, who were staring at him as if they wanted to say something. Well, Junior Qinyu, the sacred land ancient seal, Yun Guxuan, and the other three looked at each other and spoke slowly. "I've already obtained it," Qin Yu said straightforwardly. Yun Guxuan and the other three were stunned. If Qin Yu hadn't gotten it yet, then they could legitimately invite Qin Yu to join them. But now that Qin Yu had it, it was not easy for them to ask. "Do you know that there's a force called the Hu clan in Qingzhou?" This time, without waiting for Yun Guxuan and the others to speak, Qin Yu spoke first. "Hu family? Is it the Hu clan that controls one of the super dynasties, the Qingzhan dynasty?" As the prince of the Zhanwu dynasty, Wu Qinglong obviously knew a lot about the dynasty forces in the Qing province. "I remember now. Among the children of the Qingzhou continent, the one with the strongest talent is from the Hu clan. I heard that he possesses an extremely rare 9th grade Xiantian realm." Yun Guxuan, who was in the middle of speaking, stopped abruptly as he looked at Qin Yu in shock. Wu Qinglong by Qin Yue, and Yun she had the same thought as Yun Guxuan. Based on their understanding of Qin Yu would never ask about the Hu family for no reason. Could it be? There's no need to guess. That guy has been killed by me. Not only him, but the other children of the Qingzhou continent are also dead, Qin Yu said calmly. His tone was as if he had just killed some chickens and ducks. Since this matter had been seen by others, there was no need to hide it. Hiss! Hearing Qin Yu's words, Yun Guxuan and the others could not help but gasp. Even though they knew about Qin Yu's past achievements, they were still shocked. One should know that a genius with a 9th grade Xiantian spiritual pulse would definitely become a martial ancestor in the future. In fact, he might even be able to break through to the Wu Sheng realm in the future. But now he was killed by Qin Yu just like that? Now a martial ancestor elder of the water fairy sacred ground has his eyes on me. I don't know when he will come. Qin Yu said again. An elder of the water fairy sacred ground? Yun Guxuan and the others' faces changed drastically. The weakest elder of the water fairy sacred ground was at least a martial ancestor. Moreover, the status of a martial ancestor in the sacred ground was different from that of the Yun family fort and the Zhanwu dynasty. Qin Yu actually dared to provoke an elder of the sacred ground? Since you have recovered from your injuries, you may leave. Qin Yu takes a look at them. He slowly closes his eyes and asks them to leave. Whoosh! Yun Shi and Bai Qingyue wanted to say something, but Qin Yu waved his right hand and a violent hurricane appeared. In the next moment, the four of them disappeared from the mountain peak and were sent flying dozens of feet away. Let's go. Looking at the mountain peak that was surrounded by clouds, Yun Guxuan and Wu Qinglong fell silent and turned to leave. Qin Yu was not afraid of the martial ancestor experts of the sacred ground, but they could not. If they were involved, they would not even have a corpse left. Bai Qingyue and Yun Shi, who looked gloomy, followed silently. At this moment, they realized even more clearly how enormous the disparity between their world and Qin Yu's was. Once he left, he would probably become a person from two different worlds. At the peak of the mountain, Qin Yu continued to cultivate. If it was only to offend the Hu family, Qin Yu would not mind helping them again. After all, they had some friendship. However, since it involved the entire water fairy sacred ground, the situation was different. Boom! Half a month later, Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the dense spiritual qi, emitted a terrifying fluctuation. After this period of cultivation, Qin Yu's cultivation had increased by another realm. 5th level martial royal realm. 12 branch dragon veins. 12 times the cultivation speed of the innate spiritual meridians. Even though Qin Yu focused on refining his true essence and consolidating his foundation, his cultivation was also breaking through quickly. Another 10 days later, the sacred ground ancient seal in Qin Yu's Sumru ring suddenly trembled. Qin Yu opened his eyes. After absorbing all the spiritual qi in his body, he flew away from the mountain peak. After an hour, following the guidance of the sacred land's ancient seal, Qin Yu arrived before an ancient palace. There were only 5 geniuses gathered in the palace. The number of people was pitifully small. This time, the water fairy's sacred ground only had a total of 30 ancient seals. After Qin Yu killed Hualuiyuan and the others, he had obtained a total of 22 ancient seals. This year, the water fairy's sacred ground would have the least number of new disciples. After waiting for 4 hours, only 2 geniuses showed up. Time's up. Those who are not here will be eliminated. Take out your sacred ground, ancient seals. At that moment, a few martial ancestor elders appeared in the teleportation array in the main hall. Hearing that, Qin Yu and the others took out their respective sacred lands, ancient seals. Damn, this guy! So many ancient seals. How many people did he kill? I heard that the 5 scions of Qing province were all killed. Could it be him? The 7 martial royal geniuses were shocked when they saw the pile of sacred ground ancient seals that Qin Yu took out. From today onwards, you will officially enter the sacred ground to cultivate. Follow us. However, the martial ancestor elders were not surprised at all. It was as if they already knew and did not say anything. Immediately, Qin Yu and the others followed the martial ancestor elders and entered the teleportation array. Swoosh! 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 The teleportation array activated and Qin Yu and the others disappeared in an instant. When Qin Yu and the others reappeared, they were on a huge stone platform. The stone platform was located at the peak of a stone mountain. Spiritual qi lingered in the distance, like clouds. Within the clouds of spirit qi, one could see palaces and palaces. What was surprising was that almost all the palaces were floating in the air. As far as the eye could see, it was like a paradise on earth. Chapter 124. This is the water fairy's sacred ground. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is 10 times denser than the outside world. It is indeed a cultivation holy land. The few martial royal realm geniuses looked at the water fairy sacred ground excitedly. If they were to cultivate in such an environment, their cultivation speed would increase by at least several times. After Qin Yu's gaze swept through his surroundings, he looked to the distance, to the enormous mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. The mountain was strange, and it looked like a blooming daffodil. On top of the giant peak, there were many simple and unadorned ancient palaces. The scale of these palaces far exceeded the surrounding palaces. The towering mountain was the water fairy peak. The true water fairy sacred ground was on the water fairy peak. Qin Yu's goal was to sneak into the water fairy peak and find out about his mother's situation. However, the water fairy sacred ground had a rule that one had to be a core disciple to enter the water fairy peak. There were 2 ways to become a core disciple. First, to become a martial honorable. Second, to become the champion of the annual outer sect fighting meet. This is only the outskirts of the sacred ground. That mountain is the true sacred ground. The few elders who brought Qin Yu and the rest and explained the rules of the sacred ground to them. The situation was similar to what Qin Yu knew. After explaining the rules of the sacred ground, Qin Yu and the rest were brought to a palace. There were tens of thousands of outer disciples in the water fairy sacred ground. Thus, the normal outer disciples lived in groups. Only the top-ranked disciples had their own palaces to live in. Of course, if one was confident in his own strength, he could challenge the top-ranked disciples. There were many rules in the water fairy sacred ground, but they followed the law of the jungle. If one wanted to be treated well, he had to fight for it with his own strength. Swoosh! At that moment, a figure flew over from the mountain in the distance. It was an elder of martial ancestor, realm level 8. His force of heaven and earth had reached level 6. Elder Xiang! When the few elders saw the elder, they bowed respectfully. They were just normal elders of the martial honorable realm, and they were only in charge of the outer sect. They were nothing compared to the core elder of the martial ancestor realm. You are Qin Yu. Elder Xiang does not pay attention to those several people. His eyes sweep around and fall on Qin Yu. Yes, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Since his surname was Xiang, he should not be from the Hua family. I am Xiang Jian, a core elder. Are you willing to be my disciple? After carefully sizing up Qin Yu, Xiang Jian shows a satisfied expression. Disciple? Qin Yu was shocked. The other 7 new disciples were all looking at Qin Yu with envy. Being chosen by a core martial ancestor sect, elder the moment he entered the sacred grounds. This treatment caused them to be rather envious. Thank you for your kind intentions, elder. However, I have just entered the Holy Land and have no intention of becoming a disciple for the time being. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Yu actually directly refused. You disciple, elder disciple. Xiang Jian, who had his hands behind his back and was ready to accept Qin Yu, doubted his ears. He was a core elder of the martial ancestor realm. How could he be rejected by a disciple? Yes, Qin Yu nodded his head. A teacher was a teacher for a day, and a father for life. In Qin Yu's heart, other than the master who had taught him the martial path in his previous life, no matter how strong the others were, they were not qualified to be his master. Qin Yu, you have to think carefully. If you offend the Hua family, it will be difficult for you to survive in the Holy Land if you don't find a backer. Xiang Jian frowned his brows and said, Thank you for your reminder. Qin Yu smiled and rejected again. Although the water fairy Holy Land followed the law of the jungle, it was only between the disciples. The elders could not casually attack the disciples. With Qin Yu's current strength, even if he did not use the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens Array, he could fight a martial honorable. As long as it was not a martial ancestor realm, Holy Sun, there was nothing to be afraid of. Xiang Jian looked deeply at Qin Yu and did not say anything. He turned and left. As for those martial revered elders and new disciples, they all looked at Qin Yu like they were looking at an idiot. Qin Yu gave up such an opportunity. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qin Yu did not pay attention to those new disciples. He directly entered the palace and chose a residence. Qin Yu, who had closed the door, quickly put the matter of Xiang Jian taking in a disciple to the back of his mind and entered the 7-star ancient pagoda. After 2 months in the 100 countries battlefield, a third of the soul contract of the skeleton ghost king had been destroyed. However, it would take at least 3 to 4 months for it to be completely destroyed. Just in time. At that time, the outer sect martial gathering will be around. Qin Yu thought to himself, when the soul contract was destroyed and the skeleton ghost king was refined, he would have a chance to become a core disciple. At that time, he would be able to refine the 9 serenities, hell, dragon blood, and save his mother. But before that, he had to master the martial skills that he was cultivating. The destructive divine fist, shrinking ground, and 9 dragons fighting in the sky were all royal martial skills. Qin Yu could still use them when he was in the sky martial realm and martial king realm. But now his cultivation had reached LV5 martial royal realm and he had strong attainments in body tempering. If he wanted to unleash his full combat strength, he had to cultivate a martial, honorable martial skill. As for the Azure Dragon fighting in the sky and the killing formation, Qin Yu did not plan to use them for the time being. After investigating his mother's situation, Qin Yu decided to keep a low profile. In addition to the martial skills, it was time to unseal the grade of the hell-suppressing divine spear. Normally speaking, an earth-rank spiritual weapon was suitable for martial emperors to martial honorables. But the hell-suppressing divine spear was a special spiritual weapon that could increase one's strength. When the seal was unsealed and it was upgraded to the heaven rank, Qin Yu's strength would increase tremendously. At that moment, in an ancient palace surrounded by spiritual qi on the water fairy peak. 4th Elder, a martial honorable man, entered the palace and bowed respectfully to an old man who was sitting cross-legged. Have you found out where that little bastard came from? The old man was the martial grandmaster from the Hua clan, Huiyang, who had attacked Qin Yu in the 100 countries battlefield. Yes, I have. The martial honorable man handed over the information about Qin Yu. Zhen Wu dynasty? Qin clan? Huiyang frowned after reading the information. How could someone from a small clan, from a small dynasty, possess such combat strength? From the information, Qin Yu's background was that he was an alchemy master and a blacksmith master. With such a background, the Hu clan could easily crush him. There was nothing to be afraid of. Fourth elder, do you need the clan to send someone to the Zhen Wu dynasty? The martial honorable asked. I heard that old man Xiang, Jian, has already gone to see him. We can't act rashly now. Huiyang shook his head slightly. The rules of the Water Fairy sacred land were loose, but there were also some that could not be violated. Disciples or elders of the sect who had grievances with each other could fight in the life and death arena. If they took revenge on the opponent's clan, it would be a great taboo. Of course, after Qin Yu died, the sacred land would not interfere with the extermination of the Qin clan. After thinking for a while, Huiyang smiled sinisterly and left the palace. Although he could not attack the Qin clan now, he could still attack Qin Yu. Chapter 125. Dragon God's Sky Tyrant Fist, True Dragon's 7 Flashes, Lightning Spear Explosion. In the room, Qin Yu carefully selected for a while before finally choosing these 3 martial skills. These 3 martial skills were all Zong stage martial skills. After a martial artist stepped into the martial ancestor realm, the choice of martial skill would be decided by the power of heaven and earth that they comprehended. If it was different from the power of heaven and earth that they comprehended, they would not be able to unleash the true power of the martial skill. Although Qin Yu had not comprehended the power of heaven and earth, that was because his cultivation was too low. In his previous life, he was proficient in dozens of types of power of heaven and earth. And the comprehension of the power of heaven and earth was like the memory of the soul. Once comprehended, it would not be forgotten. When Qin Yu's cultivation increased, he would naturally grasp the power of heaven and earth that he comprehended in his previous life. Qin Yu, in his soul state, took out the hell-suppressing divine spear after familiarizing himself with the ancient dragon god seal. When Qin Yu first obtained the hell-suppressing divine spear, he could tell that the power of the Hell Demon King was sealed in the spear. Hell was a great world that was as famous as the heaven domain in the myriad of worlds. The Hell Demon King had the weakest cultivation and was also Wusheng. A powerful demon king was even comparable to a martial emperor. It was also because of this that Qin Yu was helpless against the seal of the hell-suppressing divine spear. But now he was no longer the small earth martial realm. After triggering the seal of the hell-suppressing divine spear and making it float in front of him, Qin Yu quickly formed seals with his hands. Battle Dragon True Qi surged, and mysterious ancient seals entered the hell-suppressing divine spear. Not long after, the mysterious spirit patterns on the hell-suppressing divine spear glowed with a black light. Roar! In the next moment, a roar that could shatter the soul came from the hell-suppressing divine spear. In a daze, Qin Yu appeared in a boundless hell. In front of him, a ferocious demon king that was 100 feet tall roared at him. The sound waves were ear-splitting. That immersive sense of reality made one feel as if they had really come to hell. Since you don't even have consciousness, just let it dissipate. Why bother? In Qin Yu's mind, the divine dragon ancient seal trembled, and the pressure emitted by the Hell Demon King's remnant soul immediately disappeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Immediately, the hell-suppressing divine spear glowed with spirit inscriptions and trembled continuously. Countless tiny runes appeared on the skull at the end of the spear. 2 pitch-black rays of light lit up in the hollow eyes of the skeleton. A violent and terrifying aura was emitted from the hell-suppressing godly spear. At this moment, the hell-suppressing godly spear seemed to possess its own intelligence. Could it be that an artifact spirit has been born? The dragon soul sensed something. It's just the beginning. Qin Yu smiled. Although it was only at the initial stage, This was already a sign of the birth of an artifact spirit. Once a spiritual artifact gave birth to a true artifact spirit, it would advance to a sacred artifact, which was quite rare. The grade of this hell-suppressing divine spear was much higher than he had imagined. After selecting the martial skill and unsealing the hell-suppressing godly spear, Qin Yu took out the spirit array disc. Before this, Qin Yu had only used the spirit array disc to seal the heavenly killing array. But now the fire thunder dragon body had reached the 6th transformation, and his physical body was strong enough to withstand the backlash of the killing array entering his body. Therefore, it was time for the spirit array disc to display its true use. Qin Yu took out a sumer ring and poured his true essence into it. Thousands of spiritual materials appeared in front of him. Qin Yu began to refine the spiritual materials, inscribe the spirit array, draw the array diagram, extract the spirit array, and seal it into the spirit array disc. While Qin Yu was inscribing numerous spiritual arrays, time quietly passed. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion was heard. Someone was attacking the defensive array outside the palace. Qin Yu, who was inscribing spirit inscriptions, frowned slightly. It was a great taboo to be disturbed during cultivation. Who dared to be so unscrupulous? Qin Yu, get out here. The next moment, an arrogant voice came from the palace. Someone from the Huo family. Qin Yu immediately understood. In the Narcissus sacred land, he only had grudges with the Huo family. It was most likely the Huo family that came looking for him at this time. Looking at the half-completed array diagram, Qin Yu ignored the clamor outside and continued to inscribe spirit arrays. Qin Yu, get out here! At this moment, the clamor outside the palace continued to sound. In the surrounding palaces, many disciples of the sacred land were attracted. Outside the palace, there was a group of youths standing outside the palace's array, constantly clamoring. Xiatiani, Guwenba, Qi Peng. What's going on? 3 of the top 10 ruthless people in the outer sect are here. Qin Yu? Who is this person? I don't know. Oh, right. Isn't that palace prepared for newcomers? It can't be. How could a newcomer offend the top 10 ruthless people in the outer sect? That's hard to say. I heard that in this year's 100 Countries tournament, someone killed all the children of Qingzhou. I heard that too. Even the genius of the Huo family couldn't escape the calamity. Could it be? Qin Yu did it? The gathered outer sect disciples all started to discuss spiritedly. Creak! After a quarter of an hour, the palace's door was opened. Qin Yu walked out from the group of new disciples who were nervously peeking at the situation outside. The clamor of the group of youths and the discussion of the surrounding disciples all disappeared. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Yu, who walked over with an indifferent expression. You're Qin Yu. In front of the group of youths, a burly youth stared fiercely at Qin Yu. This burly youth was called Xiatiani. He was currently ranked 5th in the top 10, and his battle strength was astonishing. Did the Huo family send you? After Qin Yu glanced at Xiatiani and the others, his expression slightly changed, and he looked at a pavilion not far away. He could clearly sense a tyrannical killing intent from the pavilion. At this moment, Huiyang was staring at Qin Yu with a sneer on his face. After killing the genius of the Huo family, Qin Yu still wanted to peacefully cultivate in the sacred ground? Wishful thinking. Beside the pavilion in a palace, there was also a figure watching the battle. This person was Xiang Jian, who wanted to take Qin Yu as his disciple. Xiang Jian crossed his arms as he watched with interest. He naturally knew that the Huo family was looking for trouble with Qin Yu. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would have already tried to rope them in, given the enmity between him and the Huo family. However, Xiang Jian was still brooding over Qin Yu's rejection. Recalling Qin Yu's straightforward manner of rejecting him, Xiang Jian felt somewhat displeased. Qin Yu is too arrogant. Only when he is trampled under someone's foot will he know how much weight he has. At that time, Qin Yu would no longer refuse to take him as his master. "Brat, you're pretty bold. You even dared to provoke the Hua family." Xia Tianyi wore a sinister smile as he clenched his fists tightly. "You guys are pretty bold to provoke me," said Qin Yu indifferently. "You're really arrogant. Let me see what you're capable of." A cold light flickered in Xia Tianyi's eyes as the sinister smile on his face deepened. Before he finished speaking, Xia Tianyi formed a palm with his right hand and sent a palm towards Qin Yu. Whoosh! When he sent out his palm, a violent gale whistled, and the sharp sound of wind breaking was so sharp that it hurt the eardrums. Chapter 126. You're overestimating yourself. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he charged forward. Dragon God Sky Fist. As he charged forward, the majestic true origin of the battle dragon and boundless physical strength converged on Qin Yu's right fist. Bang! Without any unnecessary movements, Qin Yu threw out a simple punch. A tyrannical and terrifying aura suddenly burst out, causing the air to explode with a deafening explosion. This brat, Xia Tianyi, who was attacking with his palm, was shocked when he felt the power of Qin Yu's punch. However, it was too late for him to change his attack. Soul attack! Xia Tianyi's eyes flashed with determination as he forcefully used his soul attack. Crack! In the next moment, the fist and palm collided. Xia Tianyi's violent palm wind was shattered by the punch. Then, the clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah, my hand! Xia Tianyi's entire right arm was folded to his shoulder by the punch. It was a mess of flesh and bones. Xia Tianyi lost. How is this possible? Did he hide his cultivation level? The onlooking disciples looked at Xia Tianyi, who was screaming in agony. They were all shocked and in disbelief. Xia Tianyi, who was ranked 5th among the top 10 outer disciples and whose cultivation level was at the peak of the half-step martial honorable realm. His arm was crippled by LV5 martial royal realm disciple with a single punch? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. What happened just now? The soul attack did not work on him. Gu Wenba and Qi Peng, who were also in the top 10 outer disciples, were also shocked. They were ranked higher than Xia Tianyi. However, their strength was not strong enough to defeat Xia Tianyi easily. With the combat strength that Qin Yu had just displayed, none of them were a match for Qin Yu. More importantly, they could not figure out what Qin Yu had done just now. Did he dodge Xia Tianyi's soul attack, or did he really make the soul attack ineffective? It's your turn. However, at this moment, Qin Yu's indifferent and even ice-cold gaze landed on Gu, Wenba, and them. Since these people were willing to be the Hua family's mad dogs, then they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Whoosh! Qin Yu tiptoed and turned into a ray of light, appearing directly in front of them. He punched out with both fists, and a terrifying fist aura immediately exploded. You actually dare to fight against so many of us by yourself? Arrogant! Gu Wenba, Qi Peng, and the others immediately dodged. Their faces were gloomy as they fought back with all their might. The surging true essence turned into destructive attacks that wreaked havoc in the void. Its power was shocking. Hidden soul attacks were mixed in with those destructive attacks. If it were an ordinary martial royal realm warrior, even if he had the strength to fight an enemy of a higher realm, he would definitely not be able to avoid the silent soul attack. Unfortunately, Qin Yu is not an ordinary martial royal realm cultivator. He easily dodged the soul attacks. Pung pung pung. A series of low and deep crashing sounds and miserable cries could be heard continuously. The group of youths who had been hooting incessantly before now either had their arms or legs broken, lying on the ground and howling miserably. You, what exactly is your cultivation? Qi Peng, who was a few feet away from Qin Yu, turned pale and looked at Qin Yu with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A martial royal realm warrior would definitely not be so powerful. Could he be a martial honorable? Qin Yu's expression was indifferent as he chased after Qi Peng and punched out, breaking both of Qi Peng's arms. Didn't you say you were going to keep a low profile? This is not considered keeping a low profile. The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal grinned. Just killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Qin Yu calmly withdrew his fist. Although he kept a low profile, if someone came looking for trouble, he would naturally not shrink back and do nothing. After this battle, no one would be foolish enough to risk their lives for the Hu clan. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an extremely soft sound could be heard. Immediately, Qi Peng, whose arms had been broken by Qin Yu, suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. What happened? The spectating disciples, who were still discussing Qin Yu's strength, fell silent at this moment. Qi Peng died just like that? At this moment, the disciples, who were originally only afraid of Qin Yu, had fear in their eyes. Obviously, they all thought that Qi Peng was killed by Qin Yu. Xia Tianyi and the others, who had been crying out in pain, were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their souls left their bodies. The water fairy's sacred ground had a clear rule. Apart from the life and death ring, the disciples were not allowed to kill each other in private fights. Qin Yu was a newcomer, yet he dared to openly defy the sacred ground's rules. What exactly was his background? Boom! Almost at the same time, a terrifying force of the heavens and earth came crashing down like a mountain. Numerous figures could be seen flying out of one of the pavilions like swallows. The one leading them was Huiyang. Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at Huiyang and the others who had appeared. A look of realization appeared in his eyes. No wonder they sent a few half-step martial honorables to deal with him after seeing how Huoluoyuan and the others were killed. It turned out that the Hua clan had been planning this from the beginning. He's trying to frame you. Looking at the pool of flesh and blood, Dragon Soul also reacted and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since it was not him or Qin Yu, it could only be the Hu clan that killed this person by exploding himself. Humph! How dare you openly defy the sacred ground's rules and kill the disciples of the Glory Sect? You are so vicious. Today, I will kill you on behalf of the Glory Sect. Sure enough, as soon as Huiyang appears, he shouts sternly in a righteous manner and immediately attacks Qin Yu. In the sky, a dark golden light flashed and turned into a giant golden beast. With a violent killing intent, it pounced on Qin Yu. His golden force had reached 70%. 7 true dragon flashes. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He took a few steps, and his body flashed 7 times in the blink of an eye, narrowly avoiding the attack of the giant golden beast. Puff! However, although the power of the 7 true dragon flashes was shocking, Qin Yu was still grazed by the giant golden beast. With rank 8 martial ancestor realm and 70% force of heaven and earth, even if Huiyang's attack only grazed him, it also made Qin Yu's face turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the Narcissus sacred ground, Qin Yu did not expose the killing array under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Zhen Wu royal family, Yun family fort, Zhu family fort, and the others could not see through the killing array. However, the Narcissus sacred ground was different. After all, Wu Sheng was here. The killing array was one of Qin Yu's greatest trump cards. Before he took action to save his mother, he could not expose it to the Narcissus sacred ground. Otherwise, he would be targeted by countless people. He dodged it. Huiyang's eyes darkened. He, a martial ancestor, had not killed Qin Yu directly. This made him feel that his face had turned somewhat ugly. Huiyang, as a core elder, how could you attack a new disciple? Do you have any shame? Just as Huiyang was about to attack again, a lazy voice sounded. A silhouette flew over from the sky and appeared in front of Qin Yu. It was Xiang Jian, who had been watching the show, who had attacked. To be honest, when Huiyang attacked without hesitation, he thought that Qin Yu would definitely die. However, he did not expect Qin Yu to escape from Huiyang's attack. This made Xiang Jian even more satisfied with Qin Yu. In the entire sage sect, there was no other martial emperor who could avoid the attack of a martial ancestor. Chapter 127. Xiang Jian. Huayang's eyes turned sinister, and his killing intent toward Xiang Jian was even higher than Qin Yu's. Qin Yu was just an ant, and there were plenty of chances to kill him. However, Xiang Jian was a great enemy that he had yet to get rid of. The two of them had been at loggerheads for dozens of years, and both of them had secretly attacked each other, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Now that Xiang Jian had appeared, it was clear that he wanted to protect Qin Yu and go against him. Xiang Jian, this brat, has openly violated the rules and killed a disciple of the sacred sect. Are you trying to protect him? Huiyang said coldly as he stared at Xiang Jian and Qin Yu, and his killing intent intensified. I also watched the battle earlier. From start to finish, I did not see him kill anyone. A cold smile appeared on Xiang Jian's face as he retorted, if he didn't kill Qi Peng, how could Qi Peng have died? Huiyang's eyes were cold as he took a step forward, and the golden aura around him swept out and shook the clouds. You were the one who sent him. Why would he suddenly self-destruct? I'll have to ask you. An ancient long sword appeared in Xiang Jian's hand, and a sharp sword aura burst out. Between heaven and earth, the 5 elements, weapons, fists, and other forces of heaven and earth were the easiest to comprehend. What Huiyang had comprehended was the golden aura of the metal element. On the other hand, Xiang Jian had comprehended the sword aura. Although Xiang Jian's sword aura was 10% weaker than Huiyang's. However, with the help of the spiritual sword in his hand, Xiang Jian's battle strength wasn't any weaker than Huiyang's. This was the reason why some martial ancestor realm cultivators had high-grade spiritual weapons while others didn't. If the spiritual weapon didn't match the force of heaven and earth that one had comprehended, then it was better not to use it to avoid conflict. Everyone saw Qi Peng's death. It was done by this little bastard. If you dare to protect him, then you're seriously violating the rules. You should know what the consequences are, right? Huiyang snorted coldly as the golden aura around him solidified. Even the air seemed to have solidified. Is that so? Then I'd like to ask who saw him kill Qi Peng with their own eyes. Xiang Jian didn't show any weakness as the ancient sword in his hand lit up with sword runes, and the sword aura emitted became even more terrifying. Could it be, hearing Xiang Jian's words, Xia Tianyi and Gu Wenba seemed to have understood something as they both looked at Xiang Jian. Indeed, they had not seen Qin Yu kill Qi Peng before this. If it wasn't Qin Yu, then it was most likely Huiyang. Could it be that the Hu clan was using them as pawns to plot against Qin Yu? Qi Peng died after he crippled both of his arms. Xiang Jian, no matter how much you talk, don't even think about twisting the truth and covering up the fact that he killed a disciple of the Holy Land. Noticing Xia Tianyi and Xia Tianyi's gazes, the cold killing intent in Huiyang's eyes intensified. Huiyang, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. But Qin Yu, as long as I'm here, you can't touch him. Xiang Jian's ancient sword moved, and the sword momentum suddenly condensed. Vaguely, it turned into an invisible giant sword. At this moment, Xiang Jian's entire being seemed to have transformed into a ferocious sword that had been unsheathed. It was as if he wanted to slaughter the world. Old man, you set up this trap to frame me. You just want to avenge your whole clan's genius, right? Just as Huiyang and Xiang Jian were facing off with killing intent, Qin Yu stood out. As expected, he was the one who killed Hua Luiyuan. It looks like Xia Tianyi and the others were sent by Elder Hua to deal with him. Unfortunately, he has Elder Xiang behind him. Xia Tianyi and the others must be regretting it now. The surrounding disciples who had retreated far away began to discuss. How dare you kill a disciple of the Hu clan? Do you think Xiang Jian can protect you? Speaking of Hua Luoyuan, Huiyang's face twitched and his killing intent grew stronger. How about this? I'll give you a fair chance to kill me. How about that? Qin Yu smiled as if he did not see the killing intent in Hu Yang's eyes. Qin Yu's words not only stunned the surrounding disciples, but even Hu Yang and Xiang Jian. A fair chance to kill him? What did Qin Yu mean by that? The 5 people behind you must be the geniuses of the Hu clan. Qin Yu smiled as he looked at the 5 martial honorables behind Hu Yang. For rank 3 martial honorables and 1 rank 2 martial honorable. From their age, they could be considered geniuses in the Narcissus Holy Land. What are you trying to say? Hu Yang's eyes flashed as he vaguely understood Qin Yu's words. However, he found it hard to believe. Xiang Jian furrowed his brows as he understood the meaning behind Qin Yu's words. Do you dare to enter the life and death ring and fight to the death? Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a proud look appeared on his face. Life and death ring? No way. He dares to enter the life and death ring with a core disciple. This fellow is too arrogant. One after another, cries of alarm sounded. All of the surrounding disciples were looking at Qin Yu with incomparable shock. One had to know that the difference between a martial honorable and a true martial honorable was like heaven and earth. Not to mention others, a true martial saint would be proficient in using soul attacks. This was the difference between a martial dominator and a half-martial highness. If one was not a martial honorable, no matter how strong a spiritual treasure was, one would not be able to defend against a soul attack. Are you serious? An eerie voice rang out. Behind Hu Yang, a youth with cold eyes stared at Qin Yu. He was one of the 5 core disciples and was only a rank 2 martial honorable. Of course I am serious. Let's see if you dare to accept my challenge. If you don't, then scram. Don't appear in front of me again. You are an eyesore. Qin Yu looked disdainfully at the 5 core disciples and provoked them. Hu Yang's eyes flashed with surprise as he could not guess Qin Yu's intentions. Could Qin Yu, who was only a rank 5 martial royal, be able to fight against a martial honorable? If not, Qin Yu would be digging his own grave by proposing a life and death battle. Since you want to die, I will satisfy you. When the youth heard Sumo's words, his eyes twitched and killing intent surged in his eyes. Then lead the way to the life and death ring. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Since it was no longer something that could be avoided by keeping a low profile, he might as well go all out. Since Hu Yang wanted to kill him by framing him, then he would use a bloody method to return the favor. What is this brat doing? Xiang Jian followed Qin Yu to the life and death ring. He looked at Qin Yu's calm face and could not guess what Qin Yu's intentions were. Once they entered the life and death ring, even the core elders would not be able to intervene. Not long later, the Hu family brought Qin Yu to the life and death ring. When the news of the outer disciple and the core disciple of the Hu family had entered the life and death ring, many disciples of the Narcissus Holy Land had gathered. This little bastard is not simple. Don't be careless. At the crucial moment, use your trump card. Hu Yang looked at Qin Yu, who had jumped onto the life and death ring, and sent a message to the youth with killing intent. 4th Elder, don't worry. No matter what trump card he has, he will definitely die today. The youth smiled viciously and jumped onto the life and death ring. The 2 of them were 100 feet apart as they faced each other. Strong killing intent surged from their bodies. Chapter 128. Brat, remember that my name is Huyen. If you can die by my hands... A mocking smile appeared on the sinister youth's face as he looked at Qin Yu like a cat staring at a mouse. I'm not interested in remembering the name of someone who's about to die. But before Huyen could finish his words, Qin Yu's figure flashed as he charged forward. Whoosh! Qin Yu moved his right hand and the hell-suppressing divine spear appeared as he attacked. The spear pierced through the air, causing the air to explode as a terrifying aura swept out. Heaven-grade spiritual weapon? Hu Yang and Xiang Jian, who were below the life and death ring, were shocked. Qin Yu actually had a heaven-grade spiritual weapon. This was very different from what they had investigated. One must know that only martial ancestors would have a heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Could it be that Qin Yu possessed some sort of background and connections that they did not know of? So this is your trump card, a heaven-grade spiritual weapon. What a waste. Hua Yan stared at the hell-suppressing divine spear as greed flickered in his eyes. Although he was a direct descendant of the Hua clan, he only had an earth-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Yu's heaven-grade spiritual weapon was simply a gift to him. Chaotic Soul Stab. Facing Qin Yu's terrifying attack, the sinister smile on Hua Yan's face deepened. He formed a seal with both hands, and a tyrannical and violent true essence blade appeared on his body, slashing out furiously. Many invisible spiritual dark thorns appeared almost instantaneously. There was not even the slightest fluctuation. Hua Yan's proficiency in soul attacks was far from what Xia Tianyi and the others could compare to. Hua Yan has used a soul attack. I wonder how the newcomer is going to deal with it. Around the life and death ring, the martial honorable realm core disciples and elders felt the spiritual attack. 7 true dragon flashes. Qin Yu, who was charging forward, took a step forward and his figure flashed as he teleported to Hua Yan's left side. Boom! The hell-suppressing divine spear exploded as 18 spear dragons appeared and enveloped Hua Yan. He actually sensed it. Seeing that Qin Yu dodged in time, Hua Yan was slightly surprised, but soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face. What could a mere monarch, rank, martial skill do to him? Next time, he would definitely kill Qin Yu. Whoosh! A cyan battle blade appeared in Hua Yan's hand. It slashed through the air, and the 9 spear dragons were immediately shattered. The spear light and the saber turned into berserk and chaotic quintessence, sweeping through the life and death platform. But in the next moment, countless wisps of smoke appeared in front of Hua Yan. Hua Yan was startled. Looking around, Qin Yu was nowhere to be seen. Be careful. But at this moment, Hua Yan suddenly heard Hua Yang's anxious voice. Roar! Hua Yan had just reacted when he heard a dragon roar faintly enter his ears. Pooh! Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. Hua Yan's body stiffened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a spear that was emitting a pitch-black light pierced through his throat. The true Yuan shield around Hua Yan's body was like a piece of paper under the attack of the long spear, and was easily torn to pieces. How is this possible? Hua Yan's eyes popped out when he saw Qin Yu appear in front of him. He died with a grievance. Even until his death, Hua Yan did not understand why he did not notice Qin Yu earlier. At such a close distance, there was no reason for him not to see Qin Yu. Whoosh! Qin Yu withdrew his hand and pulled out his spear. Blood splattered everywhere as Hua Yan immediately fell to the ground. Hua Yan died. The elder in charge of the life and death battle looked at Hua Yan and announced the outcome of the life and death battle. There were runes on his body earlier. Could it be an array? An array that can be activated in an instant? Is it an array diagram? It's a grade 4 illusory array. Although it's not a high-grade array, it can be activated in an instant and catch people off guard. However, Hua Yan was too careless. Indeed, with the strength of a martial honorable, he shouldn't have been defeated by an illusory array. Seeing Qin Yu easily win against a martial honorable, the crowd was filled with excitement. Around the life and death ring, the spectating disciples were in a heated discussion. Previously, they thought that Qin Yu was courting death by challenging a martial honorable. However, he did not expect that after only 2 bouts, Qin Yu would emerge victorious in such a straightforward manner. He can actually use the power of an array to fight. His battle experience and awareness are extraordinary. Even the elders of the martial ancestor sect who were secretly watching the fight were discussing their opinions. This was a typical battle where the weak defeated the strong and won beautifully. Even with their experience, they could not help but be impressed. Qin Yu's grasp of the rhythm of the battle was as if he had been through hundreds of battles. That damned bastard! Looking at Hui Yan, who was lying in a pool of blood, Hui Yang's face was so dark that it seemed as if it could drip water. No wonder Qin Yu took the initiative to enter the life and death ring. It turned out that he was purposely tricking them. First, it was Hua Luoyuan, who had a grade 9 innate spiritual vein. Now it was Hui Yan, who was in the martial honorable realm. Hui Yang felt as if his heart was bleeding after seeing two talented geniuses fall. He could not wait to rush up to the life and death ring and kill Qin Yu. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Xiang Jian laughed heartily. The geniuses of the Hua family had died, and he was naturally happy. Who's next? After keeping Hua Yan's spoils of war, Qin Yu looked at the 4 rank 3 martial honorables of the Hua family. It can't be. Qin Yu's indifferent voice immediately caused the originally heated discussion and clamor to disappear without a trace. Deathly silence filled the air. Everyone was looking at Qin Yu with an expression of disbelief. Although Qin Yu's victory in the battle earlier was extremely beautiful, there was too much luck involved in it. Now, Qin Yu actually wanted to challenge them again? Just how much confidence did he have in his own strength? Arrogant, I will destroy you. Seeing the undisguised contempt in Qin Yu's eyes, the 4 geniuses of the Hua family were enraged. Without waiting for Hui Yang to speak, a burly young man could not help but rush up to the life and death ring. Die! The moment the burly young man went up, a red iron rod appeared and smashed towards Qin Yu. On the iron rod, red spiritual inscriptions lit up. An entire iron rod started to burn with flames. Dang! Qin Yu swung his right hand, and the hell-suppressing divine spear stabbed out. A deafening collision sounded, and the flaming iron rod was knocked away. With the strength of his physical body, Qin Yu could withstand the attack of a rank 3 martial honorable without any problems. This scene once again caused the spectating elders and disciples to be endlessly shocked. Golden flame bloodline. The killing intent in the burly young man's eyes intensified as he shouted. A pale golden flame appeared behind him. After the pale golden flame appeared, it landed on the burly young man's body. Immediately, the burly young man's entire body was surrounded by the pale golden flame. The aura on his body also became more shocking. From the rank 3 martial ancestor realm, it rose to the rank 5 martial honorable realm. It's not over yet. After the bloodline had been awakened and increased his combat strength, the burly young man laughed coldly and flicked his finger. 5 flame talismans appeared and floated around the sturdy young man, giving off an intimidating aura. Chapter 129. That's a talisman made by a martial ancestor realm expert. 5 talismans at once. That's too extravagant, as expected of a superfamily with deep roots in the sacred ground. Their foundation is extraordinary. Seeing the 5 flame talismans around the burly youth, many disciples were envious. The talismans made by a martial ancestor realm expert were all sealed with the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to make a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. It was priceless on the market. In the sacred sect, only a few big families could give their disciples 5 talismans to protect themselves. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Hui Yang's gloomy face. His smile was ferocious and terrifying. 5 martial ancestor realm spiritual talismans. Qin Yu was definitely dead this time. Qin Yu looked at the 5 flame talismans. His expression did not change at all. He held the Warden Divine spear tightly in his right hand. His majestic, true core strength and physical strength surged into the spear, emitting a shocking power. Die! The burly youth immediately sensed it. With a roar, he turned into a flame and rushed out. Whoosh whoosh! A low and deafening flame appeared. The burly youth smashed the rod in the air again. This time, the power was far stronger than before. The violent flame rod seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. At the same time, the 5 flame talismans shot toward Qin from 5 different directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Qin did not panic. He opened the 5 fingers of his left hand, and a 5-foot-wide mysterious array appeared instantly. The attacking burly youth and the 5 flame talismans were instantly enveloped by the mysterious array. In the blink of an eye, rays of golden light shone from the mysterious formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following the appearance of the golden light, the sturdy young man who was charging over with his staff was imprisoned by the golden light. The golden light looked like light, but it was as hard as golden silk. It was tough and sharp. This brat, feeling the power of the golden light that imprisoned him, the burly youth's expression changed. He did not expect Qin to have such a terrifying spiritual array. Even with his current enhanced battle prowess, he was immediately bound and unable to move. Fortunately, Qin cultivation was far weaker than his. If they were to fight at the same level, he would probably be dead by now. That's a 7th grade spirit array, gold binding array. It can't be, right? Even a rank 7 spiritual array can be instantly released? Where did this guy come from? The onlookers, who were shocked by the Hua family's wealth, were now attracted by Qin golden binding formation. Although the formation diagram could seal the formation, it would take some time to unseal it. Only extremely precious high-grade formation diagrams could instantly release the sealed formation. However, Qin had first taken out a grade 4 psychedelic formation, and now a grade 7 gold binding formation. This made people suspect that Qin was also someone with a great background. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take out such a high-level instantaneous formation. Bang! 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 At this moment, although the robust young man was imprisoned, he did not lose his calm. He immediately controlled the 5 flame spiritual talismans and attacked fiercely. In the next moment, one after another, deafening explosions sounded. Destructive flames swept across the entire life and death ring and turned it into a sea of fire. Even the protective array around the life and death ring trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. What's the outcome? Below the life and death ring, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Holy Land or the elders. At this moment, they were all staring at the life and death ring that was completely engulfed in violent flames. Looking at the power of the 5 flame spiritual talismans, even a peak martial honorable might not be able to survive. Qin cultivation was only at rank 5 martial royal realm, and the robust young man was imprisoned by the gold binding formation. Could it be that the 2 of them had suffered great losses and perished together? Da-da-da! Under the gazes of the crowd, clear footsteps sounded. Soon, a figure walked out of the sea of fire. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Looking at the person who walked out, a crazed howl could be heard. It was Huiyang. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were red as he stared at Qin in the life and death ring. On the long spear in Qin right hand, there was a bloody corpse. It was the robust young man. This made Huiyang go crazy, and he could not believe it. He could not understand why the 5 spiritual talismans that sealed the force of heaven and earth were unable to kill Qin. Not only Huiyang, but Xiang Jian and the other martial ancestor elders were also shocked. Even they could not understand the means that Qin had used. Looking at the martial ancestor elders who were staring at him in shock, Qin threw out the broken array formation, and it turned into ashes in the flames. That fluctuation, rank 8 array formation? Could there be an array master behind this brat? Xiang Jian and the other martial ancestor elders had sharp eyes, and they immediately identified the rank of the broken array formation. A rank 8 array formation was enough to block the attack of a martial ancestor realm. Some powerful rank 8 offensive array formations could even kill a martial ancestor realm. In order to refine a rank 8 array formation, one's attainment in array formation had to be at least at the level of an array master. Bang! Qin Yu moved his right hand, and the robust young man's corpse was thrown in front of Huiyang. Which of you three will go first? Or do you all want to come at me together? Qin Yu stood in the fighting ring and looked down at the three young men around Huiyang. When the three young men heard what Huiyang said, their faces changed. With the previous example of Huiyan, they did not dare to enter the ring. I'll kill you. Huiyang, however, cannot hide his killing intent. He shouts and rushes at Qin Yu as fast as a falcon. Seeing this, Xiang Jian sneered and did not stop Huiyang. Whoosh! But just as Huiyang was about to enter the life and death ring, a destructive hurricane suddenly appeared. Bang! Huiyang was sent flying as if he had been hit by a giant beast, and his aura was in a mess. Elder Hua, are you going against the rules of the Glory Sect? The purple-robed elder in charge of the life and death ring said indifferently as he waved his sleeve and the hurricane disappeared. No one could interfere with the life and death of anyone in the life and death ring, and no one could take revenge. That was one of the rules of the Narcissus sacred ground. 90% force of heaven and earth. Qin Yu looked at the purple-robed elder with a flicker in his eyes. He was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, and his force of heaven and earth had reached 90%. The elder's cultivation was even more powerful than the Qingzhou governor, and he was probably at the level of Wusheng. He was surprised to see such a person in the outer sect. The foundation of the Narcissus sacred ground was more powerful than he had imagined. After Huiyang was sent flying, he immediately calmed down and looked at Qin Yu eerily before he turned around and left. The Hua family's plot against Qin Yu had failed, and they had lost two geniuses. Are you a new disciple this year? At that moment, the purple-robed elder looked at Qin Yu and asked, Yes, thank you for your help. Qin Yu nodded his head. Xiang Jian, who was laughing when he saw the Hua family suffer great loss, became anxious when he heard the purple-robed elder's words. I have never accepted a disciple. Are you willing to be my disciple? Before Xiang Jian could speak, the purple-robed elder asked. Chapter 130. Senior, please forgive me. I can't take you as my master. Qin Yu declined politely. It seemed that he had gone too far today. Even the purple-robed elder, who might become a saint, wanted to take him as his disciple. Oh, why? Is there an elder of the sacred sect who wants to take you as his disciple? The purple-robed elder was slightly surprised as he looked at Xiang Jian, whose anxious expression had calmed down, and asked, It's not an elder of the sacred ground, but I already had a master before I came to the sacred ground. He's an array master. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, he would definitely use the spiritual array that he had sealed in the spiritual array disc in front of others in the future. Since that was the case, he would take this opportunity to let others know that there was an array master behind him. This way, if there were any high-level arrays on him in the future, and if the Water Fairy Sacred Ground found out that he had killed a martial ancestor in the past, there would be a reason. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the purple-robed elder's expression changed slightly, while Xiang Jian was startled. After all this time, Qin Yu already had a master? So, the high-level array diagram you used just now was given to you by your master. The purple-robed elder asked as he recalled the grade 8 array diagram that Qin Yu had taken out before. Yes. Qin Yu nodded his head. To be able to refine grade 8 array diagrams, one must at least be an array master. May I know your master's name? Who is he? The purple-robed elder asked with interest. My master's name is Tian Huang, unaffiliated. As for his origin, I don't know. I was taken in as a disciple by my master when I was training outside, and he taught me array patterns. Qin Yu spoke nonsense. Tian Huang, unaffiliated? A rogue cultivator? The purple-robed elder and Xiang Jian both pondered. There were many powerful rogue cultivators on the continent, but they had never heard of a rogue cultivator becoming an array master. One must know that array pill, and weapon refining were the same. To become a master, one needed not only amazing talent, but also powerful resources to nurture. It was also because of this that there were many top powerhouses among the rogue cultivators, but alchemy grandmasters, blacksmithing grandmasters, and array grandmasters had never appeared. Since you already have a master, this old man won't force you. However, in view of your current strength, you are no longer suitable to stay in the outer court. From today onwards, you are a core disciple. The purple-robed elder said. If Huiyang hadn't left, he would have vomited blood in anger. Not only did he fail to kill Qinyu, but he also let Qinyu become a core disciple. This way, they wouldn't be able to target Qinyu so casually in the future. In the Water Fairy Holy Land, there were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. However, there were only a few thousand core disciples, and every one of them had outstanding aptitude. After all, regardless of whether it was the outer sect disciples or the core disciples of the Water Fairy Holy Land, there was an age limit. When an outer court disciple reaches a certain age, they will not be able to advance to Martial Saint. Although he would not be expelled from the Holy Land, he would lose the opportunity to become a core disciple. In the future, they could only become elders like Xiang Jian and Huiyang. Because of this, the core disciples were not as messy as the outer disciples. The supervision of the elders of the Holy Land on the core disciples was much more than the outer disciples. When the surrounding outer disciples heard this, they were all envious. After becoming a core disciple, the status and treatment would be completely different. Core disciple? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. If he could enter the Water Fairy Sacred Peak early, he could check on his mother's situation in advance. Elder Yu, after all, he has not truly advanced to Martial Saint, nor did he when the outer sect Martial meet. If we let him become a core disciple, wouldn't it be unfair to the other outer sect disciples? When a Martial ancestor elder saw this, he looked at Qin Yu and said, Unfair? If the outer sect disciples have any objections, let them challenge the two Martial Saints. If they succeed, they can also become a core disciple. After the purple-robed elder finished speaking, he flew up into the sky and left. Even if they were both core Martial ancestor elders, there were differences in strength. Elder Zheng, I didn't know that you had such a good relationship with the whole family. Xiang Jian looked at the Martial ancestor elder, who spoke and said in a neutral tone, Qin Yu also looked at the elder. After becoming a core disciple, the last thing he wanted to see was the Hu family. The Martial ancestor elder snorted and ignored Xiang Jian as he turned and left. Do you need to go back and prepare? If not, I'll bring you to the core disciple area now. Seeing that Elder Zheng had left, Xiang Jian turned his head and said to Qin Yu, Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Qin Yu had just entered the Holy Land and naturally had nothing to pack. He followed Xiang Jian to the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. After arriving at the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, Xiang Jian finished registering Qin Yu and brought Qin Yu to test his martial vein aptitude. The result of the test was a rank 7 innate spiritual vein. Although the red rank dragon vein was the lowest bloodline, it was still an authentic dragon vein. It was not strange for it to be comparable to a rank 7 innate spiritual vein. Qin Yu, the array Dao is just an unorthodox Dao. Martial cultivation is the most important thing. Have you ever thought of becoming a disciple of a martial Dao expert? This made Xiang Jian even more tempted as he tried to persuade Qin Yu. A rank 7 innate spiritual vein was already considered a top genius in the Holy Land apart from a few monsters. But unfortunately, Qin Yu firmly rejected him. After becoming a core disciple, Qin Yu was able to stay in a pavilion alone. When Qin Yu stepped into the pavilion, the spirit gathering array in the pavilion automatically activated and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered. The density of the spiritual qi was more than 20 times. However, Qin Yu did not cultivate. He left the pavilion and walked around, sensing the situation on the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. The core disciples lived in the bottom level of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. The central region was where the saints and martial ancestor elders lived. The peak of Water Fairy Sanctuary was where the martial sages of Water Fairy Sanctuary resided. The chilling labyrinth where Qin Yu's mother was imprisoned was at the peak of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. After carefully sensing the forbidden areas on the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, Qin Yu returned to the pavilion to cultivate. A month later, Qin Yu's cultivation broke through again and reached the rank 6 martial royal realm. The next day, late at night, a blurry shadow blended into the darkness of the night and flashed past without a sound. Soon, the black shadow avoided the forbidden areas and entered the central region of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. "Isn't it a little too hasty to go check the situation now?" The dragon soul in the Dragon God Ancient Seal said. The skeleton Ghost King's contract soul seal had not been destroyed, and the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's corpse chi had not been dissolved. If Qin Yu were to take action at this moment, if he were to be exposed, then it would be very troublesome. "Don't worry, with the sky evading thief technique, no one will recognize me even if I'm detected." The sky evading thief technique was created by the strongest thief saint in the Qinyin domain. Although the thief sage was only at the Wushang realm, he had stolen from all the forces in the entire heaven domain. Whether it was the Emperor realm experts or the ancient clans and sects from the ancient times, as long as he had his eyes on a treasure, there was nothing he could not steal. The only time the thief sage failed was at the hands of Qin Yu. In order to survive, the thief sage handed over the sky evading thief technique. The reason why Qin Yu waited for an entire month was because he wanted to grasp this secret technique. Chapter 131. If we alert the enemy, we will lose more than we gain. With the power of the heaven evading thief technique, he could indeed avoid the detection of martial artists and the restriction on the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. However, Qin Yu was only at the 6th martial royal realm and did not have the ability to bring his mother away safely. Since that was the case, the dragon soul did not think that there was a need to rush. Of course, Qin Yu also knows that it is impossible for him to leave with his mother now. However, he had to make sure that his mother was not in danger. Not long after entering the middle section of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, an invisible restriction appeared in front of Qin Yu. This restriction covered the entire central region, isolating the lower regions. Qin Yu quietly approached the restriction. As the blurry black light on his body surged, he directly passed through the restriction like a spirit. He did not trigger the restriction at all. This was the power of the heaven-evading thief technique. Although it could not increase one's battle strength, it could treat the restriction as nothing. The thief saint of the sky region had used this secret technique to steal from all the forces of the sky region. Not long after, Qin Yu avoided the restriction in the middle section and the martial grandmasters that appeared and arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was also a restriction light circle that separated the top of the mountain from the middle section. Qin Yu used the same trick again. After passing through the restriction light circle, his eyes narrowed slightly. On the top of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, there were 3 terrifying auras that alternated and covered the entire peak. It was a detection array set up by the 3 Wushang realm experts. Other than the 3 Wushang realm experts, Qin Yu also sensed that there were many Wushang experts hiding in the dark. With so many Wushang realm experts, if his whereabouts were exposed, he would be in big trouble. However, since he was already here, Qin Yu could not just leave. According to the memory of the elder of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, the serene, cold secret palace was located behind the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. After entering the sensing range of the 3 Wushang, Qin Yu silently approached the dark, cold secret palace. About 7 minutes later, Qin Yu appeared on the Water Immortal Sacred Peak, in front of an ancient ice cave. A bone-chilling chill emanated from the ancient ice cave. Qin Yu glanced at the ancient icy cave. There were layers upon layers of barriers, and he immediately passed through them. Perhaps it was because of those terrifying barriers, but there was not a single guard in this ice cave. After passing through the ice cave, Qin Yu's vision suddenly opened up. A huge world of ice appeared in front of him. As far as the eye could see, the flowers, plants, and trees were all frozen. Even the spiritual energy was frozen. In the center of the world of ice and snow, there was an ice palace that stood all by itself. That ice palace was the serene, cold, secret palace. With a flash of black light, Qin Yu crossed the void and sneaked into the serene, cold, secret palace. An astonishing chill surged over, and even the power of his dragon blood was faintly frozen. Ice vein. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. No wonder the chill in the serene, cold secret palace was so shocking. It turned out that there was a serene sky ice vein under the serene, cold secret palace. With the chill of the serene sky ice vein, even a martial ancestor would find it difficult to resist it with true yuan. When refining the natural spirit crystal of water and gathering the qi of the cold vein, one could not use true yuan to resist the chill. Otherwise, it would affect the quality of the natural spirit crystal of water. One could imagine how much pain one would have to endure if they were trapped in such an environment for a long time. After sneaking into the serene, cold, secret palace, Qin Yu's body stiffened and his gaze froze. In the depths of the serene, cold, secret palace, there was a huge, empty space. The empty space was filled with ice seals that covered the entire space. Wisps of chill visible to the naked eye flowed out from the serene sky ice vein and gathered in the center of the empty space, along with the ice seals. In the center of the empty space, there was a slender figure in a white dress sitting cross-legged quietly. A thick layer of ice had already formed on her body, covering her entire body. Ka. Although her entire body was frozen, her hands were still forming hand seals with the sound of ice cubes colliding with each other. The serene sky ice vein that gathered around her flowed into her body along with the changes of her hand seals. The serene sky ice vein then flowed out along the hand seals and turned into wisps of crystal clear blue light. As more and more of the blue light gathered, it would condense into a drop of pure water that dripped into the jade bottle. Within the pervading cold air, a gentle and beautiful face appeared before Qin Yu's eyes. Mother, looking at the gentle face that seemed to have appeared in his dreams, Qin Yu's heart trembled and his lips moved. The dragon's soul instantly sensed that Qin Yu had lost control of his emotions and immediately sealed Qin Yu's voice. With the senses of a group of Wu Sheng, any slight change in emotions could be sensed. Qin Yu immediately regained his senses and calmed down. But when Qin Yu observed his mother's situation, his eyes turned bloodshot. Her life force is constantly being consumed. The dragon soul was also stunned when it saw Qin Yu's mother. Qin Yu's mother's face was pale and her qi and blood were extremely weak. More importantly, the life force in his mother's body was gradually fading away. Although the speed of fading was slow, it did not stop. After sensing it carefully, the dragon's soul understood. She was using her life force to make up for the power of the holy bloodline and maintain the state of refining the natural spiritual crystal of water. This method was equivalent to refining the natural spiritual crystal of water with her life force. Ka! Qin Yu's eyes were bloodshot and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his fingers were directly broken. It will take another 2 months to refine the new natural spiritual crystal of water. Now, hearing the faint voice, Shan Wanhui slowly raised her head. But when her dim eyes met Qin Yu's bloodshot eyes, she was immediately stunned. Although Qin Yu's face was covered by the black light, she couldn't see his face. But when she saw Qin Yu's eyes, the feeling of blood being thicker than water made Shan Wanhui's heart tremble. She couldn't help but want to stand up. Uft! Shan Wanhui, who had been overdrawing her life force, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yu had a very anxious expression. Just as he was about to rush over, a substantial perceptive power rapidly attacked him. Not good. Run. The dragon soul's eyes changed, and it hurriedly warned Chinyu. Looking at his mother, who had fallen to the ground and was struggling to crawl towards him, Chinyu gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Pa! When he exited the serene, cold, secret palace, Chinyu patted a certain icicle. An extremely faint imprint disappeared into the icicle. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Chinyu left the ice cave, 3 figures appeared in front of the serene, chill, secret palace, as if they had teleported. A terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth instantly covered the entire world of ice. Outside, in the next moment, the 3 of them instantly sensed something. One of them entered the serene, chill, secret palace, and the other 2 chased after him. Who's here? Wu Xing entered the palace and looked at Shan Wanhui, who had fallen to the ground and spat out blood. Then he looked at the blue liquid in the jade bottle and frowned. But Shan Wanhui didn't seem to hear him. Her dim eyes stared blankly at the place where Chinyu had disappeared. A thought lingered in her mind. That was P.S. Chinyu's soul reincarnated, not reincarnated. Chapter 132. Let me ask you, who has been here? Seeing Shan Wanhui staring at the entrance of the serene ice secret palace, Wu Sheng's eyes turned cold. Shan Wanhui was immediately enveloped by an invisible force and lifted up by her neck. I don't know. Shan Wanhui came back to her senses, and the excitement in her eyes disappeared. You don't know? If you don't know, why would you be so excited that you spilled the heavenly cold liquid on the ground? The cold light in the martial sage's eyes grew even more intense. The invisible force grew even stronger, shaking the void. Shan Wanhui's face turned paler and paler, but she said nothing. Humph! Wu Sheng snorted and waved his right hand, throwing Shan Wanhui to the center of the palace where the heavenly cold liquid gathered. Shan Wanhui fell heavily and her body shook violently. She spat out another mouthful of blood. Continue to refine the innate spiritual crystal of water. Hand it in 2 months. Wu Sheng said coldly, You should know that the heavenly cold liquid can't be used anymore after coming into contact with the air. This time it has to be delayed for 2 months. Shan Wanhui struggled to get up and said calmly, That's your business. The innate spiritual crystal of water can't be delayed. Otherwise, you'll have to wait to collect the corpses of your unfilial son. Wu Sheng said coldly and interrupted Shan Wanhui. If you dare to touch them, I won't let you go. Shan Wanhui abruptly raised her head. Her originally indifferent and weak gaze became extremely sharp. 2 months later, if I don't see the new innate spiritual crystal of water, you will see their corpses. Wu Sheng said coldly and disappeared from the serene ice secret palace. Tianfeng, Xiaoyu. In the cold palace, Shan Wanhui slowly closed her eyes. After a while, she murmured softly and 2 lines of tears flowed down, but they froze immediately. Who is it? At this moment, Wu Sheng appeared at the entrance of the ancient ice cave and looked at the restrictions carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. These barriers and restrictions showed no signs of being broken or triggered. If it wasn't for the fact that they had indeed sensed a foreign aura, they would definitely have been killed. Just looking at these barriers and restrictions, it was hard to believe that someone had snuck into the serene, cold, secret palace. Great Elder! A middle-aged man came over in a flash. He was one of the Wu Sheng that had gone out to track them. Did he escape? Seeing the ugly expression on the middle-aged Wu Sheng's face, the Sacred Land's first elder's eyes darkened. We chased them all the way to the area where the saints live, but we couldn't find any traces of them. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said awkwardly, The saints' region. The first elder of the Holy Land frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. The holy sons of the Holy Lands were all carefully selected by us. There shouldn't be any problems with their backgrounds. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said immediately, To be able to pass through so many barriers of the serene, cold, secret palace and escape from you, that person's cultivation is probably not far from the Saint Realm. The first elder of the Holy Land thought for a moment and said, "Were there any ripples of teleportation arrays?" "No. If they left using teleportation arrays, we would have found them long ago." The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, shook his head. When they discovered that someone had entered the serene, cold, secret palace, they immediately sealed off the entire Holy Land. Whether it was teleportation arrays or any other method of leaving, it was impossible to avoid them. That means that person should still be in the Holy Land. Send down the order to investigate the Holy Land. Don't let go of any clues. The first elder of the Holy Land ordered coldly. Yes, the middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, answered the order and prepared to leave, but the first elder stopped him. "Have you found any news about that father and son?" The first elder of the Holy Land asked. "Ever since we surrounded the Han province 5 years ago, the father and son have completely disappeared. I suspect that they might have left the 5 provinces. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said, "Left the 5 provinces? That's going to be hard to find." The first elder of the Holy Land frowned again. The Heavenly Dragon continent had 5 major provinces, and each of them was occupied by the 5 Holy Lands. However, that didn't mean that the continent only had 5 major provinces. In the north of the continent, there was the 10,000 Beast Sea, where thousands of beasts gathered. In the south of the continent, there was the land of witchcraft and demons. In the far west of the continent, there was the barbaric mountains of the ancient barbarians. Although the 5 Holy Lands occupied the 5 major provinces that were rich in cultivation resources, they didn't rule the entire continent. However, to martial artists, the 5 Holy Lands were equivalent to the 5 overlords of the continent. After all, whether it was the 10,000 BC, the land of witchcraft and demons, or the barbaric mountains, humans couldn't set foot in any of them. Once they crossed the border, they would die. Even Wu Sheng couldn't easily go there. "First Elder, is there a problem with the extraction of the connate 5 elemental crystal?" The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, asked. "Didn't you notice that the extraction of the connate spirit crystal of water is getting slower and slower?" The first elder of the Holy Land said, "The power of Shen Wanhui's saint bloodline has been completely depleted. Now, she is relying on her life force to replenish the power of the saint bloodline. It's normal for the extraction of the connate spirit crystal to be slower. If the extraction of the connate spirit crystal of water is too fast, her foundation will be destroyed. Then, she won't be able to extract the connate spirit crystal of water in the future. Wouldn't that be a loss?" The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said, "It doesn't matter. Her potential has been depleted. Even if she slows down the extraction of the connate spirit crystal of water, she will die in 2 years. However, this year is very important for the Holy Lord. She must have enough connate spirit crystal of water." The first elder of the Holy Land said indifferently, "Pass down the order. No matter what, we have to find the father and son. Only when we capture them will she extract the connate spirit crystal of water." Yes, the middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, turned and left. "Let me see who it is that dares to infiltrate my water immortal Holy Land." The first elder of the Holy Land looked at the chaotic water fairy sacred peak and disappeared in a flash. At the bottom of the water fairy sacred peak, where the core disciples lived. After sneaking back, Qin Yu immediately removed the sky evading thief art. His body emitted a black light, and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at Qin Yu, who was meditating quietly, the dragon soul was a little worried. Although Qin Yu's expression was extremely calm, the dragon soul was able to sense it. Qin Yu suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Even in his previous life, when he was betrayed by Star Luo and attacked by the 12 ancient emperors, he didn't have such strong killing intent. Even the dragon's soul felt a chill down its spine when it sensed the terrifying killing intent under the calmness. At this moment, Qin Yu formed hand seals and entered a state of cultivation. However, the scene of his mother being imprisoned in the cold palace and vomiting blood was still in his mind. Slap! After a quarter of an hour, an extremely loud sound of a slap was heard. It was Qin Yu who had slapped himself. His eyes were bloodshot and he was gasping for breath. Chapter 133. After half an hour, Qin Yu's bloodshot eyes slowly disappeared and his breathing calmed down. Seeing that Qin Yu had calmed down, the dragon's soul heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Qin Yu's state of mind had completely exploded. The dragon soul was worried that Qin Yu would develop a heart demon. Dragon soul, from today onwards, you will destroy the skeleton ghost king's contract soul seal. After sitting for a while, Qin Yu calmed down and said to the dragon soul, in the past, as the dragon soul strength had not recovered, destroying the contract soul seal would consume the dragon soul's origin, dragon chi. Therefore, Qin Yu had never asked the dragon soul to do anything. But now he had to destroy the contract soul seal and purify the 9 abyss hell dragon's corpse chi in the shortest time possible. Don't worry, leave it to me. The dragon's soul nodded solemnly. At this moment, consuming the origin dragon chi was nothing. The dragon's soul knew that if Qin Yu was stronger, he would not have escaped in the serene, chill, secret palace. Although Qin Yu had calmed down, he was only suppressing it and could go berserk at any time. Therefore, even if it had to pay a price, the dragon's soul had to destroy the contract soul seal as quickly as possible. Qin Yu took out thousands of spiritual materials and started to refine a spiritual pill that could purify the 9 abyss hell dragon's corpse chi. Although he still lacked a few core spiritual materials, it would not be difficult to gather them with the Narcissus Sacred Grounds Foundation. Once he gathered those core spiritual materials, he would be able to create spiritual pills and spiritual liquids to purify the corpse chi. All core disciples gather here. After a short while, a powerful pressure covered the entire core disciple area. Qin Yu waved his hand and kept all the spiritual materials in front of him before leaving the pavilion. At this moment, all the core disciples had gathered in the core disciple square. Around the square, there were figures with powerful auras. They were all at least in the martial ancestor realm. The 5 people in the lead were all in the Wushang realm. The gathered core disciples were all shocked. Although there were many Wushang realm experts in the Narcissus Sacred Land, they had always been in Shinran. He didn't expect to see 5 of them at once. He didn't know what had happened for the Holy Land to treat him so seriously. Starting from you one by one, the 5 Wushangs took out a water blue mirror that was about 10 feet high. He ordered all the core disciples to stand in front of the blue mirror. Qin Yu took a glance at the water blue light mirror and came to an understanding. That blue light mirror had the power of destruction and could see through disguises. It seemed that the water fairy Holy Land was preparing to interrogate the disciples one by one. Fortunately, Qin Yu hadn't used a secret technique to disguise himself and come to the Holy Land. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to get through this. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Yu stepped forward. As the blue light shone on him, he easily passed the test. With his cultivation of the martial royal realm, no one would suspect him. The core disciples are all fine. Looks like he's really hiding among the outer disciples. There are tens of thousands of outer disciples, and it's very chaotic. It's quite suitable for hiding. Let's go. The Grand Elder has ordered that we must find him tonight. The 5 Wushangs looked at each other and asked the core disciples to return. They then started to talk among themselves. Qin Yu looked at the core disciples who were still talking among themselves and returned to the pavilion. The next day, Qin Yu left the pavilion and headed to the Shunling Pavilion in the core area. The commotion from the water fairy Holy Land last night was still spreading among the disciples. Not to mention the core disciples. Even the core elders didn't know what had happened. They only knew that many Wu Sheng realm experts had sealed off the entire sacred land last night. Until now, the seal had not been lifted and no one was allowed to leave the sacred land. Apart from the corpse spiritual grass, there are also demonic parasite flowers, red flame crystals, and dark nether silk. The deacon of the Shengling Pavilion took out all the precious spiritual materials. There's no corpse spiritual grass? The corpse spiritual grass grew in places with thick corpse miasma. It was much more common than the demonic parasite flowers and dark nether silk. There was indeed a batch of corpse spiritual grass sent to the sacred land, but it was taken away by the alchemists. The deacon of the Sacred Medicine Pavilion said, "Where else can I find the corpse spiritual grass besides the Sacred Medicine Pavilion? There was only one spiritual material that Qin you couldn't let go of." I remember that a few days ago, the sacred land issued a mission to collect the corpse spiritual grass in the mission hall. I'm not sure if the mission has ended yet. You can go and check it out, the elder of the Sacred Medicine Pavilion said after thinking for a while. Qin Yu quickly left the Sacred Medicine Pavilion and headed to the mission hall in the core disciple area. In order to train the strength of the disciples, the Water Fairy Holy Land would issue various missions with generous rewards. Therefore, the mission hall was the most popular place in the core disciple area. Sky Corpse Valley, collect the corpse spiritual grass. After arriving at the mission hall, Qin Yu quickly found the mission to collect the corpse spiritual grass. The Sky Corpse Valley was located in the south of the Water Fairy Holy Land, at the border between the two empires. This was because the two empires had once fought a war at the Sky Corpse Valley. Therefore, countless corpses were abandoned in the Sky Corpse Valley. Over time, the Sky Corpse Valley became a famous place for mass graves. The corpse miasma was extremely thick, and the corpse spiritual grass was naturally born there. Of course, since the Water Fairy Holy Land had issued this mission. This meant that the Sky Corpse Valley wasn't a safe place. Even a core disciple of the martial honored realm could be killed if he wasn't careful. Qin Yu accepted the mission. However, the Water Fairy Holy Land was currently on lockdown, and none of the disciples were allowed to leave the Sage Sect. After Qin Yu registered, he didn't rush to leave the Water Fairy Holy Land. Instead, he returned to his loft and cultivated quietly. 1.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Regardless of whether it was day or night, he was racing against time in his cultivation. Qin Yu's cultivation had broken through again and reached the rank 7 martial royal realm. Although he was in such a situation, Qin Yu still didn't use any elixirs to increase his cultivation. There was a huge gap between him and the Water Fairy Holy Land, and it wasn't something that could be made up for by relying on elixirs. There was no need to use elixirs to destroy his foundation. The loss outweighed the gain. In the past 1.5 months, the Skeleton Ghost King's soul contract seal had been destroyed by the Dragon Soul's origin dragon chi, and only 1/3 of it was left. At this rate, the Dragon Soul would be able to completely destroy the soul contract seal in another 1 or 2 months. At this moment, in a magnificent palace at the peak of the Water Fairy Holy Mountain. It's been so long, and you still haven't found the thief who snuck into the Holy Land. The first elder of the Holy Land asked with a gloomy face. They were the Water Fairy Holy Land, one of the 5 overlords of the continent. Not only had someone snuck into the core of the Holy Land, the serene, cold, secret palace, but they still hadn't found the culprit. This was a great humiliation. Wu Sheng was cautious in the palace. He couldn't afford to offend the furious First Elder. Pass down the order. The martial law of the Holy Land has been lifted. Everyone can enter and leave the Holy Land freely. When the First Elder saw this, his face became even more gloomy. After a long while, he ordered. Since they couldn't find the culprit, they could only cast the net and let the culprit jump out. Chapter 134. It's been more than half a month. The seal on the sacred ground has finally been lifted. Yeah, we can go out and complete the mission and get the reward. I wonder what happened. the sacred ground actually sent such a big force? Who knows? But since even Wu Sheng from the sacred ground is here, it must be something big. Could it be that someone is attacking the sacred ground? You're quite imaginative. Ha ha! As the seal was lifted, the disciples from the Narcissus sacred ground who had accepted the mission were teleported out of the sacred ground. Qin Yu did not hesitate as he left the Narcissus sacred ground and teleported to the Sky Corpse Canyon. With so many core disciples leaving the sacred ground, no one would pay attention to him. Following me? However, not long after flying out of the main city under the direct jurisdiction of the Narcissus sacred ground, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. The aura is somewhat familiar. It should be someone from the Hua family. The dragon's soul carefully sensed and said, "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The murderous intent in his heart had nowhere to be released. Since the Hua family was so impatient to die, he naturally would not be lenient. Now that we've left the sacred ground, when should we take action? Behind Qin Yu, there were over a dozen figures following him the entire way. Huiyang, whose face was filled with murderous intent, asked impatiently, "Who said we're going to attack him?" The red-haired elder, who led Huiyang and the others, said lightly, "Third elder, you brought us to follow that little bastard. Isn't it to avenge Luo Yuan and the others?" When Huiyang heard this, his face turned sinister and gloomy as he looked at the red-haired elder in confusion. The red-haired elder was the third elder of the Hua family. Regardless of cultivation or status, he was higher than Huiyang. This time, following him was arranged by the great elder of the sacred ground. We only need to follow him from afar. As for revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The red-haired elder warned. Arranged by the great elder of the sacred ground? Could it be related to the martial law in the sacred ground? Third elder, what happened in the sacred ground? The martial grandmasters of the Hua family asked curiously. Huiyang also pricked up his ears. Although they were both martial ancestor realm cultivators, their statuses were not equal. The red-haired old man had already faintly touched Wu Sheng's realm. If nothing went wrong, it would only be a matter of time before he became a Wu Sheng Hall expert. The difference between Wu Sheng and Wu Zong was like heaven and earth. I can tell you, but this matter concerns the reputation of the Holy Lands. It cannot be spread. The red-haired old man thought for a moment and said with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Huiyang and the others couldn't help but turn serious and nod their heads. Half a month ago, someone managed to avoid the detection of the elders of the Holy Land and infiltrated the St. Peak. The Holy Land's Wu Sheng and the other elders have been searching for the intruder, but they have not been able to find him. The red-haired old man said in a low voice. Huiyang and the others turned pale with fright when they heard this. They knew that something big might have happened to the Holy Land this time. However, he did not expect that someone would sneak into the St. Peak. So that person is also a Wu Sheng expert. Huiyang reacted. As soon as these words came out, other than the old man, everyone's expression changed drastically. Although their cultivation was not weak, if they encountered a Wu Sheng expert, they would not even know how they died. Don't worry, those who are slightly suspicious are all personally handled by the Holy Land's Wu Sheng Hall elders. The disciples we are following can't be the intruder. The red-haired old man said, Since it can't be the intruder, why are we still following them? Huiyang and the others let out a sigh of relief and asked doubtfully. The great elder suspects that the intruder was able to successfully sneak into the St. Peak because there was a spy who leaked the situation. Just in case, he asked us to follow all the disciples who left the Holy Land. The red-haired old man explained. So if there is something wrong with that kid, we can immediately take action. A cold light flashed in Huiyang's eyes. Although we have to bring him back alive to report, we can still break his hands and feet and cripple his cultivation. Several outstanding geniuses of the Hua clan had been killed by Qin Yu. The red-haired old man naturally wanted to get rid of Qin Yu as soon as possible. That was the reason why he took the initiative to propose to follow Qin Yu. However, he knew the great elder of the Holy Land's character. No matter what, the mission came first. Sucking up to the great elder of the Holy Land would greatly benefit the Hua clan status in the sage sect. However, the crimson-haired old man did not know that his selfish decision was actually a stroke of luck. At this time, although Qin Yu discovered that the Hua clan was following him, he did not stop. He did not stop and continued to fly through the air, rushing to the Sky Corpse Canyon. The Hua clan was puzzled by his strange behavior of flying without the use of the teleportation formation. However, they could not see anything unusual about Qin Yu, so they could only follow him all the way. Whoosh! 3 days later, when Qin Yu entered the territory of the Super Dynasty, he flew down and entered a mountain range. Soon, an extremely thick white fog emerged from the forest and quickly covered the entire mountain range. That kid's aura disappeared. Huiyang, who had been using his soul power to sense Qin Yu, suddenly became excited. "Let's go." The red-haired old man waved his hand, and the group immediately arrived at the mountain range where Qin Yu disappeared. That little bastard is indeed strange. Looking at the mountain range covered in white fog, Huiyang grinned hideously. No matter what Qin Yu was doing in the mountain range, he would take this opportunity to kill Qin Yu. "Catch him!" The red-haired old man glanced at the mountain range covered in fog and ordered coldly. Immediately, Huiyang and the others rushed into the mountain range. "Let's split up and search." After entering the mountain range, Huiyang and the others immediately dispersed all the fog. Whoosh! However, not long after they separated, Huiyang's ears twitched, and he quickly chased towards a certain place in the mountain range. When he arrived, there was only a pool of blood on the ground. Other than that, there were no signs of battle. A seal? Huiyang immediately released his soul power, but he found that his soul power was strongly suppressed and he could not sense it at all. "There's something strange here. Everyone retreat immediately." Huiyang shouted, but the surroundings were dead silent. No one replied to him. Huiyang felt that something was wrong. He did not care about the others and immediately planned to fly out. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a sharp sound pierced through the air and entered Huiyang's ears. "Die!" Huiyang immediately sensed it, and a cold, killing intent exploded in his eyes. The golden aura suddenly rose and condensed into a giant golden beast. It carried a violent aura and fiercely charged out. Whoosh! 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 The giant golden beast missed. A figure appeared behind Huiyang as fast as a ghost. "It really is you. Humph. Let's see who can save you this time." Seeing Qin Yu's unique 7 true dragon flashes, Huiyang laughed maniacally. He instantly turned around and condensed the golden aura into his fists. He then fiercely punched towards Qin Yu, who was thrusting his spear at him. Boom! Boom! The golden aura on Huiyang's fists exploded like a flood. The surrounding 100 feet was instantly covered by the golden aura. Chapter 135. Kaboom! The golden fist aura wreaked havoc. Everywhere it passed, all the ancient trees and boulders were pulverized into dust. Amongst the 5 elements, the metal elemental Tao was the sharpest. Since Huiyang's golden force was formed from the metal elemental Tao, its power was naturally terrifying. No matter how many arrays you have, you won't be able to escape this time. Huiyang's smile became even more terrifying. Although he didn't use his full strength, his power was enough to kill a normal martial ancestor. Even if Qin Yu had any life-saving measures, he would at least be severely injured. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound was heard. A figure charged out from the golden fist aura that was wreaking havoc like a flood. It was Qin Yu who was holding a spear. He was filled with killing intent as he slashed the golden force apart. How is this possible? Huiyang's eyes popped out in disbelief. Qin Yu wasn't severely injured after taking his attack head-on. Instead, he seemed to be unharmed. Sky punishment array. Lightning spear explosion. Qin Yu, who was surrounded by killing intent, pierced through the air with the hell-suppressing divine spear in his hand. Shocking killing intent swept through the air. The violent aura exploded from the tip of the hell-suppressing divine spear like a thunderclap. At this moment, Huiyang felt like he was being attacked by a terrifying demon king from hell. Its power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Die. Following a deafening explosion, Huiyang was instantly covered by the destructive attack of the hell-suppressing divine spear. When the destructive killing intent dissipated, Huiyang's body was nowhere to be seen. Even though Huiyang's golden force had reached 70%, it couldn't block the killing intent of the sky punishment array. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying gust of wind descended from the sky. Wherever the hurricane passed, with Qin Yu as the center, the dense fog within a circumference of several thousand feet was completely dispersed. Even the array that Qin Yu had set up in the mountains was destroyed by the gust of wind. Qin Yu slightly raised his head. With his spear in hand, he looked at the red-haired old man in midair with an indifferent and cold gaze. Where is the Hu family? That crimson-haired old man's sharp gaze swept past Qin Yu's surroundings and the messy ancient forest. His expression suddenly sunk. The 4 martial ancestors of the Hu family around the red-haired elder did not hide the cold killing intent in their eyes. Since they couldn't see Huiyang and the others, they knew what had happened to them. However, they could not understand how Qin Yu, who was merely a martial emperor, was able to achieve this in such a short period of time. 8 martial ancestor realm experts had been killed so cleanly without them noticing at all. Since you want to see them, I'll send you there now. Condensing his battle dragon true essence, Qin Yu soars into the sky and rushes toward the red-haired old man like a bolt of lightning. Die. On the 4 martial grandmasters of the Hu family, a violent force of the heavens and earth erupted, sweeping the wind and clouds. Cripple him. The red-haired old man's eyes turned completely cold as he coldly ordered. Boom! Immediately, the 4 martial grandmasters, who could no longer hold themselves back, attacked Qin Yu together. The 4 destructive energies of the heaven and earth weaved together, leaving Qin Yu with no place to escape. Just in time, seeing the 4 of them attacking him together, Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Qin Yu moved his right hand, and the hell-suppressing divine spear soared into the sky. Rumble. Immediately, an earth-shattering killing intent filled the area. It was as if the god of death had arrived. The force of heaven and earth that the 4 martial ancestors had displayed immediately collapsed. Even Huiyang, whose force of heaven and earth had reached 70%, was killed. Moreover, the 4 of them only had force of heaven and earth at the 3rd or 4th level. Not good. The red-haired elder sensed that something was wrong, and his face changed. However, just as he was about to save them, the 4 martial ancestor realm martial artists had already been completely annihilated by the surging, killing intent. The force of heaven and earth? No, it has not reached the true state. The red-haired elder stared at Qin Yu in shock when he sensed the terrifying killing intent in the destructive killing intent. Even if it was not the true state, it was enough to shock the red-haired elder. The state of heaven and earth was an extraordinary skill that only Wu Sheng could comprehend. The martial ancestor realm comprehended the force of heaven and earth. When one comprehended it thoroughly and reached the complete realm, one could use the force of heaven and earth. The force of heaven and earth and the state of heaven and earth were 2 completely different powers. For example, one was a rusty iron, and the other was a divine weapon that could cut iron like mud. The reason why Qin Yu's killing formation could kill martial ancestors so easily was because of the force of heaven. The killing intent in the killing formation was the true power of the state. However, Qin Yu's cultivation was too weak, and he could not fully unleash the true power of the heaven-destroying killing intent. Otherwise, he would not have been afraid of Wu Sheng. What treasure is it that is so powerful? The red-haired elder was heartbroken that the Hu family had lost more than 10 martial ancestors. However, when he thought of the treasure that Qin Yu had, the red-haired elder's eyes were filled with greed. It could allow a martial emperor to unleash power that could easily kill a martial ancestor. If he could get his hands on it, when he entered the Wu Sheng realm in the future, he would be able to become one of the top Wu Sheng realm experts in the Holy Land. I only wanted to cripple you, but now you have to die. The red-haired elder's face was ferocious. If he brought Qin Yu back to the Holy Land, the Grand Elder would definitely search his soul, and he would not be able to keep the treasure. Therefore, Qin Yu had to die here. This was the only way that the treasure on him would not be revealed. Then let's see who will die. Qin Yu laughed coldly. Even if the red-haired elder did not want to kill him and steal the treasure, Qin Yu would kill him to silence him. The existence of the killing formation could not be exposed to the water fairy Holy Land. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Qin Yu charged out again, the hell-suppressing divine spear surging with killing intent. Heavenly sealing force. The red-haired elder's face was filled with ferocious killing intent as an ancient plate appeared in his hand. The ancient plate vibrated slightly, and a mysterious force of heaven and earth spread out in all directions like a tide. At this moment, the void seemed to have turned into water, and one could clearly see ripples on it. Tao of sealing. Sensing that his body and soul had been sealed, Qin Yu was slightly astonished. He did not expect the red-haired elder to be able to comprehend such a rare Tao of sealing. Hand over the treasure obediently. Seeing that Qin Yu was sealed in the void, the red-haired elder's figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Yu, reaching out to grab Qin Yu. Roar! But at this moment, a deafening dragon roar was heard. Poof! Qin Yu, who seemed to be sealed, suddenly went berserk with the azure dragon battling the heavens, revolving around him. The hell-suppressing divine spear carried an unstoppable force as it ruthlessly shattered the true yuan on the red-haired elder's body and pierced through his heart. How the red-haired elder's body trembled violently as his outstretched hand froze in midair. He looked at the hell-suppressing divine spear that pierced through his heart in disbelief. The heavenly sealing force that he comprehended directly sealed the soul and physical body of a person. Even someone like Wu Sheng, who had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, would not be able to escape if he was completely sealed. Qin Yu was not affected by the heavenly sealing force at all. Chapter 136. The heavenly seal that the red-haired old man had comprehended was indeed difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, his opponent just so happened to be Qin Yu. The ancient dragon seal in Qin Yu's soul gave him an innate immunity to sealing-type pressure. Back in Dragon Spirit City, when Qin Yu was in the true martial realm, the ancient dragon seal allowed him to ignore Gu Yuan's martial honorable realm pressure. The heavenly seal that the red-haired old man had comprehended was useless against Qin Yu unless he entered the intent realm. Whoosh! Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and a black light entered the red-haired old man's forehead. Before the old man died, his soul was extracted. Soon, Qin Yu obtained the red-haired old man's memories. After knowing that the upper echelon of the water fairy's sacred ground, Wu Sheng, did not suspect his identity, Qin Yu was relieved. This way, he would have enough time to purify the corpse poison of the 9-abyss hell dragon. After destroying the red-haired old man's corpse, Qin Yu immediately flew away. A day later, Qin Yu arrived at the Heavenly Corpse Canyon. Even from afar, he could sense a towering corpse aura in the distance. Whoosh! Qin Yu had just entered the Heavenly Corpse Canyon that was filled with white bones and corpse miasma. A black shadow appeared without any warning and pounced at him. Boom! Qin Yu casually threw out a fist of light. That incoming black silhouette was directly blown apart. It was a corpse demon. Before a corpse completely rotted, it would become a corpse demon if it was shrouded in corpse miasma for a long time. The strength of a corpse demon varied according to the time it was formed. The corpse demon just now was only in the martial king realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yu spread out his perception and headed to the heavenly corpse canyon where the corpse miasma was the thickest. The thicker the corpse miasma was, the stronger the corpse fiend that was born would be. Qin Yu did not have time to waste on the corpse demon and directly killed it with the heaven-punishing killing intent. Found it! Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. In the depths of the heavenly corpse canyon, in a corner where the corpse miasma was as thick as fog, there was a small, white blade of grass. At first glance, the corpse spirit grass looked like a piece of white bone stuck in the ground. In this heavenly corpse canyon that was filled with corpses, if one didn't look carefully, they would really miss it. After putting away the corpse spirit grass, Qin Yu didn't leave and continued his search. 90% of the 9 hells' hell dragon's body had been zombified. A spirit pill refined from a corpse spirit grass could not completely purify all of the corpse chi. 2 hours later, Qin Yu found a total of 10 corpse spirit grasses before leaving the heavenly corpse canyon. Within a cave in the mountain range, Dragon Soul, how long will it take for the skeleton ghost king's contracted soul seal to disappear? Qin Yu asked the Dragon Soul as he fused the corpse spirit grass with the several thousand spiritual materials that he had already refined. If I go all out, it probably won't even take a month. The Dragon Soul said, the faster, the better. Even though using his full strength would consume a large amount of the Dragon Soul's dragon chi, he was still able to do so. But now that he had gathered all the spiritual materials to dissolve the corpse chi, the 9 hells hell dragon would be able to refine it. The Dragon Soul's draconic chi would be quickly replenished. Understood. The Dragon Soul nodded as its draconic chi poured into the skeleton ghost king's body. 7 days later, Qin Yu finally succeeded in refining several hundred detoxification spiritual pills. After leaving the cave, Qin Yu's heart moved. Rumble. Immediately, the 9 hells hell dragon appeared like a mountain, causing the earth to tremble. When the 9 hells hell dragon appeared, a huge illusory array that covered the sky covered 1,000 miles, completely covering the 9 hells hell dragon. Qin Yu lightly stepped on the 9 hells hell dragon's back. Spirit pills mixed with spirit liquids of different colors were poured into the 9 hells hell dragon's body. The Dragon Soul used its draconic chi to guide the energy of the spirit pills and spirit liquids to spread throughout the dragon's body. Sizzle, sizzle. Soon, countless wisps of dark green corpse chi flowed out of the 9 hells hell dragon's body. The corpse chi was so dense that it was like a dark green cloud. Qin Yu took a glance and then set up a fire incineration formation array in the air. The rolling flames burned, and the dark green corpse chi was burned to ashes as soon as it appeared. As the corpse chi continued to appear, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The 9 hells hell dragon's body, which was originally covered in corpse chi, was even faintly glowing. The 9 Serenities hell dragon's aura had also become significantly stronger. This was because the dragon blood in the 9 hells hell dragon's body was gradually being purified. It looks like the skeleton ghost king's contract soul seal is going to be destroyed in advance. The dragon's soul slightly sensed a corpse chi in the 9 hells hell dragon's body. Qin Yu was not surprised. The 9 hells hell dragon had been sealed by the 100 ghost soul lock array for dozens of years, and then it was invaded by the corpse chi. It was not easy to completely purify the corpse chi. Half a month to purify 1/3 of the corpse chi, and this was after he had been using a secret technique to help the spirit pills purify the corpse chi. Fortunately, the water fairy sacred land did not know his identity yet, so he had more than enough time. Roar! After more than 10 days, the dragon soul in the dragon god's ancient seal roared excitedly. Qin Yu's expression brightened, and he sank his consciousness into the dragon god's ancient seal. Sure enough, he found that the soul seal in the skeleton ghost king's body had been completely destroyed. Immediately, Qin Yu sent a soul seal into the skeleton ghost king's body. The ghost eye of extermination flashed, and the imprisoned ghost king's soul returned to the skeleton ghost king's body. With the soul seal, the ghost king's soul's hostility towards Qin Yu completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a feeling of connection. Dragon soul, look after the 9 hells, Hell Dragon. As Qin Yu spoke, he summoned the skeleton ghost king. The ghost eye of extermination had a majestic ghost chi that merged into the skeleton ghost king's body. Since the water fairy sacred land does not know your identity yet, there is no need to be so anxious. Let's increase the skeleton ghost king's strength now. The dragon soul saw through Qin Yu's intention. That's why I have a higher chance of success when they don't know. Qin Yu said. He refined spiritual materials that contained strong ghost chi and merged them into the skeleton ghost king's body along with the ghost chi of the ghost eye of extermination. Immediately, numerous mysterious, ghostly runes appeared around the skeleton ghost king once more. The skeleton ghost king's aura immediately rose at a speed that could be clearly felt. While Qin Yu was purifying the 9 hells Hell Dragon's corpse chi and increasing the skeleton ghost king's strength in this mountain range. The water fairy sacred land was holding a meeting. How is it? Did any of the disciples who left the sacred land show any abnormalities? The first elder of the sacred land sat on the main seat and asked Wu Sheng in a deep voice. According to the news from the core elders, none of the disciples who left the sacred land showed any abnormalities, but the middle-aged Wu Sheng stood up. But what? The first elder of the sacred land asked. The elders of the Hu clan still haven't sent back any news. The middle-aged Wu Sheng said, Go and sense the spirit steel immediately and find the location of their elder medallions. The first elder of the sacred land looked at the 2 Wu Sheng of the Hu clan with a sharp gaze and gave the order. The 2 Wu Sheng of the Hu clan's expressions immediately changed. Could this have something to do with the Hu clan? Chapter 137. Yes. One of the Wu Sheng realm powerhouses responded and left quickly. First elder, something happened, but soon that Wu Sheng elder returned. You're saying that the identity badges of everyone in the Hu family have disappeared from the sensing spirit tablet? After hearing this, the first elder of the sacred land stood up. Yes, that Wu Sheng elder nodded. At this moment, all the Wu Sheng elders in the hall looked at the 2 Wu Sheng realm powerhouses from the Hu family. Everyone in the water fairy sacred land, from the outer sect disciples to the Wu Sheng realm powerhouses, had their own identity badges. Those identity badges were made by the weapon forgers of the sacred land. There was a sensory imprint in the identity badges that resonated with the sensing spirit tablet of the sacred land. If they used a secret technique, they could even find the specific location of the identity badges. Now that the identity badges of everyone in the Hu family had disappeared, there was only one possibility, and that was that all of their identity badges had been destroyed. And there were only 2 possibilities for the badges to be destroyed. One was that they had destroyed it themselves, and the other was that they had died, causing the badges to be destroyed. But this time, the Hu family had sent more than 10 Wuzongs. It couldn't be that all of them had been killed, right? First elder, the Hu family has been in the sacred land for so many years. You know how loyal we are. There will never be a traitor in the Hu family. The 2 Wu Sheng realm powerhouses of the Hu family immediately stood up and said hurriedly. When the other Wu Sheng realm powerhouses in the hall heard this, they exchanged glances and felt that this made sense. The Hu family was an old family in the sacred land. It could be said that the entire Hu family's core powerhouses were in the sacred land. Even if there was a traitor in the Hu family, he wouldn't use such an obvious method to escape from the sacred land. Send someone to bring that disciple back and see if he knows anything. The first elder of the sacred land looked deeply at the two Wu Sheng realm powerhouses of the Hoof family and said, "Yes." Immediately, the two Wu Sheng realm powerhouses teleported away. The first elder of the sacred land slowly sat down and pondered silently. The two Wu Sheng from the Hua clan glanced at the Grand Elder's expression and sat down as well. For a time, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely oppressive. "Oh, right. What's the background of that disciple?" After a long while, the first elder of the sacred land suddenly spoke up. "He is a disciple of a small clan in the true martial dynasty. We have already checked his background. There is no problem." One of the 5 Wuxing elders who had been in charge of interrogating the disciples of the sacred land took out a crystal. As quintessential essence poured into it, the crystal shone, revealing Qin Yu's face. The Holy Ground's Grand Elder narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qin Yu. "Great Elder, is there a problem?" The middle-aged Wu Sheng asked. "This kid, he seems familiar." The Holy Land's Great Elder stared fixedly at Qin Yu's handsome face, bewilderment flickering in his eyes. "Familiar?" The Wu Sheng in the hall sized up Qin Yu, but he couldn't find anything special about him. "Give me his information." After pondering for a long time, the first elder seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly brightened. "Qin Yu from the true martial dynasty, 16 years old this year. 5th rank martial royal realm cultivation. 7th rank innate spiritual vein." After looking at Qin Yu's information, the first elder's gaze fell onto the words 16 years old. 16 years old, 16 years ago, the sinister light in the first elder's eyes became even more terrifying. Could it be at the same time in the mountain range? "I did it." Qin Yu's hands were constantly forming hand seals as he inserted mysterious seals into the skeleton Ghost King's body. A wide smile appeared on his face. The originally faint, ghostly patterns around the skeleton Ghost King were now several times more condensed and deeply imprinted on the bones of the skeleton Ghost King. It looked like the skeleton Ghost King had put on a ghostly pattern battle armor. The skeleton Ghost King that was only at the pinnacle of the martial ancestor realm had now completely entered the Wu Sheng realm. "Next, I just need to completely refine the corpse chi of the 9 hells hell dragon. Then I can move." Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a dazzling light and a hint of excitement. "Wu Sheng realm?" Suddenly, Qin Yu, who was focused on refining the corpse chi of the 9 hells hell dragon, was startled. Qin Yu immediately recalled the 9 hells hell dragon into the ancient dragon seal. In his senses, there were 2 Wu Shengs flying towards him. Their target was obviously him. Only the elders of the Narcissus sacred land could find him so accurately. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. He didn't know if the Narcissus sacred land was looking for him because of his identity or because of the Hu clan. Therefore, Qin Yu didn't run away in panic, but sat cross-legged in the ancient forest. Illusory formation. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Wu Shengs flew over. When they saw the illusory formation that covered the mountain range, they immediately waved their hands to break it. When they landed on the mountain range, they saw Qin Yu meditating and didn't seem to notice their arrival. "You are Qin Yu?" The 2 Wu Shengs appeared in front of Qin Yu and asked in a dignified manner. "Yes, you are the sacred land's Wu Sheng's elders." Qin Yu hurriedly stood up. With a face full of shock, he looked at the 2 martial saints in pleasant surprise. "Shouldn't you be going to the Sky Corpse Canyon to carry out a mission? Why are you here?" The 2 Wu Shengs sized up Qin Yu. "I don't know what happened. When I passed by this mountain range, I couldn't fly out." Qin Yu said, "After you left the sacred land, did you see the sacred land's core elders?" When the 2 Wu Shengs heard this, they remembered the illusory formation and didn't have any suspicions. "Core elders? I didn't see them." Qin Yu's heart relaxed. It seemed that they were here for the Hu clan. The 2 Wu Shengs looked at each other. One of them quickly circled the mountain range. However, Other than Qinyu, there were no traces of the Hu clan. Follow us back to the sacred land. After the two Wu Shengs met up, they said to Qinyu, Elder, I still have a mission to go to the Sky Corpse Canyon to collect corpse spirit grass. The corpse energy of the 9 Serenities held dragon still needed more than 10 days to be completely purified. Qin, you didn't want to go back to the Narcissus sacred land now. After all, there were too many people in the Narcissus sacred land. He couldn't refine the dragon blood in peace. The two Wu Shengs didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly flew away with Qinyu. Dragon Soul continued to refine the corpse energy. Qinyu didn't resist and said to the Dragon Soul in the ancient dragon seal, Don't worry. The Dragon Soul naturally didn't need Qinyu's reminder. For hours later, Qinyu and the two Wu Shengs teleported back to the Narcissus sacred land from the nearest main city. Not good. However, just as Qinyu came out of the teleportation formation, his face suddenly changed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at this moment, several hundred diamond chains appeared from a great formation array that was flickering with a golden radiance. They started to attack toward Qinyu from all directions. Rumble! A dragon's roar shook the sky. A ferocious azure dragon, dozens of feet long, appeared out of thin air and slammed into the golden chains. An incomparably terrifying energy shockwave spread out like a rolling wave. The stone peak that Qinyu was on directly collapsed. Debris and dust filled the sky. The entire Narcissus sacred land was shaken. Chapter 138. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew, and the dust cloud that had soared into the sky immediately disappeared. Qinyu, who was holding the hell-suppressing godly spear, emerged from the dust cloud. We are in big trouble this time. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul looked at the figures that appeared and said solemnly. At that moment, with Qinyu at the center of the golden light formation, the entire outer space of the water fairy Holy Land was filled with people. Among those people, the weakest was a martial ancestor. The 10 people in the lead were all at Wu Sheng's level. Fortunately, the situation isn't the worst. Qinyu's sharp gaze swept across the Narcissus Holy Land's Wu Sheng realm. Although the corpse energy of the 9 Serenities held dragon had yet to be purified, however, the skeleton Ghost King had already engraved a soul contract with him, so he was not completely defenseless. It really is him. That great elder of the Holy Land looked to Qinyu with shining eyes. Sure enough, Qinyu took a closer look and found that he resembled his father more and more. Roar! Qinyu withdrew his spear, and a majestic dragon Qi revolved around him, turning into a lifelike azure dragon. The heaven-battling azure dragon, one of the 9 secret arts of the ancient battle dragon art. Its power would grow stronger according to Qinyu's cultivation. Previously, when Qinyu was still in the martial emperor realm, his strength had already reached the martial highness realm. Now that his cultivation had reached the 6th layer martial dominator realm, the strength of the heaven-battling azure dragon had improved significantly, allowing it to be comparable to the strength of the martial ancestor realm. Brat, you are quite bold. You are only a martial emperor, yet you dare to sneak into the sacred ground. The Holy Land Great Elder's gloomy face actually revealed a smile. Now that Qinyu had fallen into their trap, they could ask Shen Wanhui to try her best to extract the natural spiritual crystal of water. Moreover, if both mother and son were in their hands, Qinyu's father would definitely not sit idly by. At that time, their family of 3 would be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop and get rid of all their worries. To be honest, Qinyu's father's talent was something that even the upper echelons of the Holy Land feared. Your Narcissus sacred ground is not a tiger's den. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Qinyu's eyes were cold as he stared at the Holy Land's great elder without fear. As he spoke, a spirit array disc quietly appeared in Qinyu's left hand. With Qinyu's current strength, going head-on against the entire Narcissus, Holy Land. There was absolutely no chance of winning. Therefore, Qin Yu had never thought of fighting the Narcissus, Holy Land now. He only wanted to save his mother. You're quite sharp-tongued. Brat, if you hand over the person who snuck into the St. Peak, I'll let you and your mother see each other one last time. Seeing Qin Yu's stubborn resistance, the Holy Ground's Grand Elder chuckled. In his opinion, the current Qin Yu was merely a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. All of you have to die. Thinking of how his mother had been imprisoned in the serene, chill secret palace for more than 10 years, she had even consumed her life force to refine the natural spiritual water crystal for the Narcissus, Holy Land. Qin Yu could not suppress the monstrous killing intent in his heart as it raged like a volcano erupting. Sooner or later, he would completely destroy the Narcissus, Holy Land. None of these people from the Narcissus, Holy Land would live. Since you don't want to hand it over yourself, then there's no other way. The Holy Land's Grand Elder did not care about Qin Yu's arrogant words as he laughed. Immediately, over 10 core elders of the martial ancestor sect attacked Qin Yu from all directions. Dozens of heaven and earth forces swept out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire void seemed to be trembling at this moment. Die! A dragon's roar shook the heavens as Qin Yu flashed 7 times in the void like a ghost. He rushed out of the golden array and appeared beside the 3 martial ancestor core elders. The hell-suppressing divine spear was like a demonic dragon from hell as it violently attacked. Rumble, a murderous intent that could destroy the heavens and the earth, engulfed the incomparably violent spear aura and exploded, like the eruption of a shocking wave. The heaven and earth forces of the 3 martial ancestor realm elders were destroyed in an instant. The 3 martial ancestor core elders were covered by the heaven and earth killing intent, and in an instant there was nothing left of them. Will of heaven and earth. The martial ancestor core elders who were attacking from all directions were shocked. Only Wusheng's will of heaven and earth could easily suppress the heaven and earth forces. Could Qin Yu's cultivation have reached the Wusheng realm? Half-step martial sage? Could he be the one who snuck into the serene, cold, secret palace previously? Seeing Qin Yu kill the 3 martial ancestor core elders with a single spear, the middle-aged man, Wusheng, and the others were shocked. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a martial royal realm elder could unleash such terrifying combat strength. That long spear, could it be? The first elder of the sacred land stared at the hell-suppressing divine spear in Qin Yu's hand with a fiery gaze. Although Qin Yu's combat strength had increased to that of a martial ancestor realm elder, the true threat to a martial ancestor realm elder was the destructive, killing intent. The power of a heaven-grade spiritual weapon was definitely not comparable to that of a half Wusheng. Then there was only one possibility, a sacred weapon. Rumble. The Narcissus sacred land elders were shocked, but Qin Yu did not stop attacking. The 7 true dragon flashes were executed to the extreme, and the violent attacks swept through the area. One by one, the martial ancestor realm elders were either killed or severely injured. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the elders who had rushed over were dead or injured. Suppress him. Wu Sheng of the Narcissus sacred land finally regained his senses, and a terrifying will of heaven and earth exploded. In that instant, it was as if the entire area was frozen and suppressed. Only now do you want to attack personally? Huh. Qin Yu revealed a cold smile, and the spiritual array disc in his left hand trembled slightly. Immediately, lines of mysterious formation runes spread out in the void and formed a formation. That's a teleportation array. Stop him. The first elder of the sacred land narrowed his eyes and immediately turned into a black shadow and charged over. Whoosh! However, as the runes flashed, Qin Yu disappeared into thin air. The shocking attacks of the Wusheng of the Narcissus sacred land all missed. He escaped. The Narcissus sacred land elders and Wu Sheng were stunned in the air. They had 10 Wu Shengs, and yet they could not stop a martial royal realm elder? If news of this spread, the Narcissus sacred land would lose all face. Oh no! The first elder of the sacred land suddenly sensed something and looked toward the Narcissus sacred peak. At that moment, at the peak of the Narcissus sacred peak in the serene, cold, secret palace. Buzz! 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 In the serene, cold, secret palace, on one of the ice pillars, there was a soft vibration and a mysterious spiritual array was formed. A figure appeared from the spiritual array. It was Qin Yu. This short distance, conveying array, was something that Qin Yu had specially sealed when he left last time. The purpose was to prepare for this moment. In the center of the serene, cold, secret palace, Shen Wanhui, who was refining the natural spiritual crystal of water, felt the fluctuation of the spiritual array and looked up. You! Immediately, she saw a figure appear in front of her, as fast as lightning. Shen Wanhui's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Yu's face that she had never seen before. The feeling of being connected by blood appeared in her heart again, and it was even clearer than the last time. Who is it? Shen Wanhui looked at Qin Yu in a daze. She could not hide the anticipation and fear in her eyes. She was afraid that Qin Yu's answer would be different from what she expected. Chapter 139. Mother. Looking at Shen Wanhui, whose face was pale and body covered in thick ice, a smile appeared on Qin Yu's face, but his heart was in great pain. In order to keep him and his father safe, his mother had spent more than 10 years alone in this frost palace. Outsiders could not imagine how lonely and painful his mother had been in these 10 years. Last time, he did not save his mother from the serene, cold, secret palace. This had caused Qin Yu to regret it all the way until now. This time, Qin Yu would take his mother out. Crack! Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu immediately melted the ice on his mother's body and flew away with her. Little Yu. It's really you. Hearing the 2 words that Qin Yu shouted out, Shen Wanhui, who was staring at Qin Yu in a daze, started to shed tears uncontrollably from her bright eyes. In the 10 years that she had been imprisoned in the hidden frost palace, Shen Wanhui had fantasized countless times about the son she had never seen since birth. In fact, her greatest wish was to see Qin Yu one last time before she died. Now that she had finally seen her son grow up, her wish had come true. Right, little Yu, why did you come to the sacred land? But suddenly, Shen Wanhui came to a realization. The water immortal sacred land would never let her leave. Qin, you must have snuck in like last time. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable if he was discovered. Boom, boom, boom. Before Shen Wanhui could finish her sentence, a terrifying aura came crushing down upon them like the heavens. Just as Qin Yu rushed out of the hidden frost palace with his mother, Wu Sheng rushed in with murderous intent. Whoosh! Qin Yu's eyes were cold as another teleportation formation appeared on his spirit formation plate. In the next instant, Qin Yu and his mother appeared in the pavilion in the core disciple area of the water immortal sacred mountain. Bam! Qin Yu punched out, shattering the bed. Under the bed, a profound and enormous formation appeared. Qin Yu had set up 2 teleportation formations in his residence ever since he left the serene frost palace. One was short-distance teleportation, while the other was long-distance teleportation. Qin Yu had used a short-distance teleportation array to teleport here from the serene, cold, secret palace. The one under the bed was a long-distance teleportation array. This teleportation array could directly send one to the forbidden grounds of the Azure Province, the Blood Mist Devil Stream. Before coming to the water immortal Holy Land, Qin Yu had made many preparations. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In a flash, Qin Yu entered the teleportation portal with his mother. However, just as he was about to activate the teleportation formation to teleport away, he discovered that the light of the teleportation formation had suddenly dimmed. What's going on? Is the formation pattern messed up? Inside the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul's expression changed. Now that Qin Yu hadn't refined the 9 abyss hell dragon's dragon blood, the teleportation array was his biggest trump card. Now that the teleportation array could not be used, Qin Yu had no way out. It's the power of sealing space. Qin Yu sensed slightly and immediately discovered that the entire water immortal holy land was covered by a terrifying sealing power. Obviously, this should be the water immortal holy land's method after discovering that he could continuously teleport away. Xiao Yu, the strength of the immortal holy land is far beyond your imagination. You won't be able to escape with me. Shen Wanhui obviously also discovered that Qin Yu's situation was not good. Her expression changed abruptly, and she was incomparably anxious. As the former holy maiden of the water immortal holy land, Shen Wanhui naturally knew how powerful the water immortal holy land was. Not to mention that Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the martial royal realm. Even if he advanced to Wu Sheng in the future, it would be difficult for him to go against the entire water immortal holy land. Although she didn't know what other trump cards Qin Yu had that gave him the confidence to sneak into the water immortal holy land. However, if he brought her along, the two of them wouldn't be able to escape. Qin Yu being in danger was something that Shen Wanhui didn't want to see the most. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. As soon as Qin Yu finished his words, his figure flashed and he immediately rushed out of the pavilion. Rumble. A terrifying loud sound was heard. The pavilion that Qin Yu was in was immediately smashed into pieces. Even the foundation of the pavilion had a deep pit that was dozens of feet wide. The violent and chaotic will of heaven and earth wreaked havoc in the deep pit. If Qin Yu had run a little slower, he would have been smashed into pieces. Outside the pavilion, more than 30 figures with terrifying auras stood in the void. Although there were only 30 of them, these people's cultivation were all at the Wu Sheng realm. Faintly, the 30 Wu Sheng's auras resonated with each other as if they had formed a formation. An aura that made one's heart palpitate surged back and forth between them. At the peak of the water immortal holy mountain, there was a pearl that emitted a fluorescent light. The fluorescent light emitted from the pearl was like a thin veil that covered the entire water immortal holy land. It was the thin veil of fluorescent light that sealed the space of the water immortal holy land and prevented the use of the teleportation formation. This is really going to be troublesome. The dragon's soul looked around and said in a grave voice, "Demon slaying formation." With a glance, Qin Yu saw the formation formed by the 30 Wu Shengs. The demon slaying formation was a formation that could superimpose power. The more people there were, the stronger the superimposed power. This was a killing formation that used numbers to trigger a qualitative change. Its power was shocking. Dozens of martial arts grandmasters were enough to fight against an ordinary Wu Sheng. Now that there were 30 Wu Shengs in the formation, one could imagine how terrifying its power would be. I have seen countless geniuses in my life, but I have to say that Qin Yu, you are the most terrifying genius I have ever seen. A cold voice was heard. It was the first elder of the Holy Land. He stepped out in the air and looked down at Qin Yu. At this moment, even Shen Wanhui was ignored by the first elder of the Holy Land. Although he was a martial royal, he was able to unleash the power of a sage-to-be. Most importantly, he had actually managed to rescue her from the encirclement of the martial sage hall disciples. If he had reacted a little slower, Qin Yu would have escaped from the water immortal holy land. A 16-year-old youth had such talent and scheming. This made the first elder of the water immortal holy land feel a strong killing intent and danger. If Qin Yu escaped from the water immortal holy land today, then the water immortal holy land would be destroyed because of Qin Yu. Although I want to kill you right now, I do agree with what you said. Qin Yu said, as if he could not feel the terrifying killing intent from the demon-slaying formation. As he spoke, Qin Yu's gaze was also sizing up the surrounding situation without leaving a trace. The current situation was not good for him, but it was not a dead end. This was because the water immortal Holy Land did not know what trump cards he had. This was probably the reason why the first elder of the Holy Land gathered more than 30 Wu-Shangs and formed the demon-slaying formation to deal with him. First elder, let my son leave. I will stay in the Holy Land. Looking at the 30 Wu-Shangs' killing intent, Shan Wanhui, who was pale, quickly said to the first elder of the Holy Land, "This is a good suggestion." The first elder of the Holy Land smiled. "Xiao Yu, the natural spiritual crystal of water is extremely important to the water immortal Holy Land. I am the only one in the entire Holy Land who can refine the natural spiritual crystal of water. Therefore, they will not kill me. Later, I will create an opportunity for you. You must escape." Shan Wanhui looked at Qin Yu with tears in her eyes. She was reluctant to part with him, but she was very determined. No matter what, she had to let Qin Yu leave safely. No. Hearing that, Qin Yu directly shook his head. This is the only chance. Shan Wanhui was anxious, and her voice became louder. Chapter 140. Mother, your life force should be less than 30%, right? Seeing his mother's anxious and uneasy face, Qin Yu said slowly. This was something that Qin Yu had been reluctant to mention, but he had no choice now. Previously, when he had infiltrated the serene, chill secret palace, Qin Yu did not have the time to check his mother's condition. He only knew that her life force had been greatly depleted. However, Qin Yu was now fully aware of his mother's condition. Normally, if one's life force was less than 60%, they would fall seriously ill or even die. Even if his mother had a cultivation of the martial ancestor realm, it was still fatal. Not to mention that not only was his mother's life force lacking, her potential had been completely depleted. Thus, to Qin Yu, this was indeed his one and only opportunity. If he couldn't succeed this time, then his mother's condition would be irreversible. I'm fine. I've consumed a lot of precious pills. I won't die. Shen Wanhui panicked slightly. It was obvious that she was aware of her condition. No, if we return to the serene, chill secret palace to refine the natural spiritual crystals of water, you will surely die. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. As his mother had consumed the pills, her potential had been completely depleted and converted into life force. Otherwise, his mother's health wouldn't have deteriorated to such a state. I've said that I'll bring you away. Don't worry. Shan Wanhui was about to speak, but Qin Yu knocked her unconscious. The upcoming battle would surely be more dangerous. Qin Yu felt that there was no need for his mother to worry. The skeleton ghost king alone won't be able to turn the situation around. What do you plan to do? The dragon's soul in the ancient seal of the mystical dragon said. It was unable to interfere in a battle at Wu Shang's level, not to mention providing support. This caused the dragon soul's desire to possess powerful fighting strength to become even more intense. What else can I do? I'll fight my way through. In Qin Yu's previous life, he had experienced countless battles. He had survived battles that were more difficult than this. The current danger was far from being a hopeless situation. However, the biggest problem at the moment was the restrictive power that sealed the space. Qin Yu's gaze seemed to be fixed on the top of the water immortal sacred peak, where the pearl was emitting a fluorescent light. As long as the power sealing the space was broken, Qin Yu was confident that he would be able to break out of this predicament. Qin Yu, take a good look at your current situation. Do you think you can still escape? Watching Qin Yu knock out his mother, the smile on the holy ground's grand elder's face disappeared, and his voice turned frosty. Shan Wanhui was worried about Qin Yu's safety, so she was much easier to control. But Qin Yu's eyes were calm and indifferent from the beginning to the end. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear because he was in a dangerous situation. Just his ability to remain calm in the face of danger was already far superior to the holy sons of their holy lands. He did not know how Qin Yu, at such a young age, managed to hone such a frightening temperament? Swoosh! What answered him was Qin Yu's figure flashing as he immediately flew away. You overestimate yourself. The Grand Elder of the Holy Lands sneered as he quickly formed a seal with both hands. Boom! Within the 30 Wu Shang's demon-slaying formation, 100-foot-wide beam of light shot towards Qin Yu like lightning. So fast! Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as his spear pierced through the air. The all-heavens killing formation spread out and expanded to 100-foot-wide beam of light to block the beam of light. Rumble! The beam of light collided with the all-heavens killing formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The entire water immortal sacred peak began to shake, as if an earthquake and tsunami had struck. Puchi! An extremely terrifying power entered Qin Yu's body from the tip of the hell-suppressing divine spear. His body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He blocked it. On the water immortal sacred peak, Xiang Jian, the purple-robed elder, and the other elders of the martial sect were all dumbfounded. Qin Yu had actually blocked the joint attack of 30 Wu Shang experts. His battle strength was simply shocking. Where did this guy come from? The core disciples of the water immortal sacred ground and even the martial sect's chosen were all stunned. A youth who was a few years younger than them actually possessed such terrifying battle strength. This scene could not be said to be insignificant to them. Boom! Although Qin Yu spat out blood due to his injuries, his speed did not slow down at all. After reaching the central region of the water immortal sacred peak, Qin Yu summoned the skeleton ghost king that he had been hiding. Woo, woo, woo! The ghost runes on the skeleton ghost king's body lit up as a ghostly fog swept out. Within the dense, ghostly fog, a bone-chilling wail of ghosts could be heard continuously. A ghost of the Wu Sheng realm. Sensing the terrifying ghost Dao aura from the skeleton ghost king, the first elder of the sacred ground narrowed his eyes. No wonder Qin Yu was so fearless. He still had such a trump card on him. But shortly after, the first elder's eyes became even more sinister. Even if there were countless ghosts on him, Qin Yu would not be able to escape from the water immortal sacred ground. They might even be able to obtain a Wu Sheng realm ghost. Whoosh! 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 The skeleton ghost king roared and suddenly disintegrated. The white bones on its body scattered and merged with the ghostly fog. In the next moment, numerous malevolent ghosts pounced out. But their targets were naturally not those in the Wu Shang realm, but the cultivators on the water immortal sacred peak. This was the skeleton ghost king's ghost Dao ability. It could merge its bones with the ghost chi and create countless evil ghost clones. Although the skeleton ghost king's evil ghost clones were only at the martial ancestor realm due to the restriction of their cultivation, but it was definitely not something an ordinary martial ancestor realm cultivator could deal with. Not good. Quickly activate the defensive array. The martial ancestor realm core elders on the water immortal sacred peak were shocked. They immediately activated a series of formations in an attempt to stop the thousands of wraiths. Rumble. Unfortunately, under the attacks of the evil spirits that surged over like a tide, those defensive formations all collapsed. The evil ghosts were not only attacking the cultivators of the sacred ground. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. In an instant, the entire water immortal sacred peak became a chaotic battlefield. How dare you! The first elder of the sacred ground was enraged. His killing intent soared, and he immediately sent 5 Wu Shang realm cultivators to reinforce the water immortal sacred peak. This is just the beginning. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. Now that he had successfully saved his mother, he could do whatever he wanted in the water immortal sacred peak. Since he was going to fight, he might as well turn the water immortal sacred ground upside down. Only then would he have a chance to survive. Rumble, rumble, The spiritual array disc in his left hand vibrated continuously. Array light seals attacked the water immortal sacred ground one after another. Every single light seal of the formation exploded. This was the most direct and strongest explosion of power. The water immortal sacred peak, which had already become a battlefield because of the skeleton ghost king's attack, was once again dazzled. The water immortal sacred peak, which was originally filled with spiritual chi, became full of holes in the blink of an eye. At a glance, huge holes could be seen everywhere. Flames were burning everywhere, as if a natural disaster had descended. Chapter 141. Vacuum Wave. Seeing this, the Grand Elder of the sacred land roared with bloodshot eyes. Immediately, the air in the void surged like a dark force and turned into countless terrifying vacuum shock waves, bombarding the void like a storm. Qin Yu threw out a lot of formation array light seals. Before they could even land on the water immortal sacred peak, they were directly pierced through by the vacuum energy and exploded in the void. His trump card should be that Wu Sheng realm ghost. There's no need to form an array. When the Grand Elder of the sacred land made his move, the other 20 or so Wu Sheng realm ghosts also attacked with murderous intent. Waves of earth-shattering and violent attacks covered Qin Yu from all directions, leaving Qin Yu with nowhere to run. Celestial killing array. With an earth-shattering dragon roar, Qin Yu's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He did not dodge at all, and the suppressing Hell Divine spear drew a circle in the void. With Qin Yu as the center, the celestial killing array quickly spread out. Rumble, rumble. Immediately, a series of terrifying explosions rumbled between the heavens and earth, causing the entire sky to tremble. What kind of treasure is that killing array on him? I don't know, but as long as that killing array is there, it will be difficult to capture him alive. After the explosions, the Wu Sheng realm ghosts surrounding Qin Yu were even more shocked. Although Qin Yu's face was pale, his aura was fluctuating, and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth again. His right hand, which was holding the long spear, had a bloody wound, and blood was spreading to his palm and the body of the spear. However, the battle intent on Qin Yu's body grew even more tyrannical. This meant that although Qin Yu had been attacked by them twice, he was still not fatally injured. Everyone, attack with all your might and kill him. It doesn't matter even if it affects Shan Wanhui. The Grand Elder's sinister voice entered the ears of the Wu Sheng cultivators. Qin Yu's methods were simply too terrifying. Originally, the Grand Elder had wanted to capture him alive, but now he wanted to kill him. Even Qin Yu's mother didn't have time to worry about her. Boom! Hearing this, the auras of Wu Sheng's realm cultivators suddenly surged. They were like caged beasts that had finally broken free from their shackles and revealed their deadly fangs. Therefore, for fear of injuring Xinhuan Hui, they were somewhat restrained in their attacks. Otherwise, with their Wu Sheng realm cultivation, even if there were only 3 of them, they would have already taken down Qin Yu, let alone 30 people attacking together. 7-star ancient tower. Seeing Wu Sheng's killing intent spreading from him to his mother, Qin Yu moved his left hand. The 7-star ancient pagoda appeared, becoming 20 feet tall, protecting his mother within. Qin Yu's body tempering was quite strong. Even if he was hit by Wu Sheng's attack, he would be able to withstand it. However, with his mother's current condition, if she was hit by the attack, she might very well die. Unfortunately, the 7-star ancient pagoda wasn't a spatial treasure. After protecting his mother within the pagoda, he couldn't put it back into his body. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. After protecting his mother, Qin Yu's heart moved. On the water deity sacred peak, the skeleton ghost king that had turned into thousands of ferocious evil spirits suddenly reformed and returned to its Wu Sheng realm cultivation. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the skeleton ghost king turned into a streak of black light and charged towards the water deity sacred peak. Attack! At this moment, that Holy Land's great elder's killing intent was overflowing. Sweeping forth with his astonishing might, he charged toward Qinyu. The 20 or so Wu Shang realm cultivators also attacked at the same time. Destructive attacks that contained the intent of heaven and earth shot out crazily. In an instant, Qinyu was in absolute danger. The full power attack of 20 or so Wu Shang realm cultivators was enough to destroy an empire. And now, all of the attacks were concentrated on Qinyu. Naturally, one could imagine how frightening their might was. Do you really think you have me? Seeing the water deity's sacred ground and the Wu Shang realm cultivators charging towards him with a sinister smile, Qinyu's face revealed a hint of arrogance. 8 universal seals unseal. At this moment, the dragon Qi in the ancient seal of the divine dragon turned into 8 mysterious seals and formed an 8 trigrams array that merged into the altar. God-slaying array? The dragon's soul immediately sensed it and exclaimed in shock. Boom! However, just as the dragon's soul's voice sounded, an unparalleled killing intent suddenly shot out from the altar. That killing intent was like a primordial demon that had the power to massacre the world. It brutally blasted into Qinyu's body. Puff! Qinyu's body shook violently and he spat out blood. However, he acted as if he did not notice it and immediately guided the killing intent of the God-slaying array into the hell-suppressing divine spear through his right hand. Immediately, the skin and flesh on Qinyu's right arm cracked inch by inch and blood splattered everywhere. Even the mysterious spiritual inscriptions on the hell-suppressing divine spear were faintly distorted, as if they could not withstand the invincible killing intent. What kind of power is this? The Wu Shang realm cultivators that were charging towards Qinyu all turned pale, and fear appeared in their eyes. At this moment, a sense of death appeared in their hearts. Even the grand elder of the water deity, sacred ground, had goosebumps, and his expression changed drastically. Die! Qinyu roared, and his long spear pierced through the air like a dragon. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion that seemed as if the sky was collapsing appeared. At the tip of the hell-suppressing divine spear, a destructive killing intent erupted like a flood and instantly covered a radius of a few hundred feet. All the Wu Shang realm elders of the water deity, sacred ground, were swept up. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the water deity, sacred ground, and the other Wu Shang realm cultivators rushed out of the violent killing intent. Although they did not suffer fatal injuries, their breaths were chaotic and they were in a sorry state. At this moment, the water deity's sacred grounds elders were extremely shocked as they stared the destructive killing intent and did not dare to approach Qinyu. They had originally thought that the slaughtering array from before was Qinyu's final trump card. They did not expect Qinyu to have such a terrifying killing move hidden in his body. From the killing intent, just now, they truly felt the sense of death. If Qinyu's cultivation was the same as theirs, they would not have been able to escape just now. Cough! Cough! At this moment, the god-slaying array exploded with destructive killing intent. Qinyu stood in the all-heavens killing array with the 7-star ancient pagoda and violently coughed out blood. The dozens of defensive spiritual arrays that Qinyu had set up in an instant were all destroyed in an instant. If it were not for the all-heavens killing array, Qinyu would not even have a corpse left. Even so, Qinyu was still severely injured. His face was pale and blood flowed out of his orifices. The azure dragon on his body was also faintly unstable and showed signs of collapsing. Your internal organs are severely injured. The subdragon veins are destroyed, the origin dragon veins exploded. All the bones in your body are broken in 172 places, and your dantian is damaged. Are you crazy? The dragon's soul carefully sensed the condition of Qinyu's body. The more it sensed, the more shocked it became. There were 3 killing arrays sealed in the celestial extermination painting. They were the heaven extermination array, the god-slaying array, and the celestial extermination array. It was rumored that when the three arrays of the celestial extermination painting were combined, it had the power to kill celestials. However, in Qin Yu's previous life, until he became a venerable emperor, he had only mastered the god-slaying array. It required the cultivation of a venerable emperor to fully control the god-slaying array. The power of the god-slaying array was terrifying, and naturally it was a pity. Qin Yu's current cultivation was only at the martial royal realm. Only by using the Azure Dragon could he barely be on par with a martial ancestor. Now that he had triggered the killing intent of the god-slaying array, he was simply courting death. Chapter 142. There's no other way. This is the only way to force them back. Qin Yu hurriedly swallowed a few spiritual pills, and dragon qi gushed out from the ancient seal of the dragon god to heal his injuries. Qin Yu knew the consequences of triggering the killing intent of the god punishment array better than the dragon soul. But if he wanted to escape from the encirclement of more than 20 Wushang realm experts, he had to do it. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a crystal shattering could be heard. Success! Hearing that sound, Qin Yu's blood-stained face became even more domineering. Not good. The first elder of the water fairy sacred ground and the other Wu Sheng realm experts' faces changed drastically. They turned around and saw that the sky-restricting pearl on the water fairy sacred mountain had been destroyed by the skeleton ghost king. The layer of fluorescent veil that enveloped the entire water immortal sacred land disappeared without a trace. Die. The first elder of the water fairy sacred ground was the first to react. He immediately unleashed a vast will of heaven and earth towards Qin Yu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, Qin Yu's left hand was filled with runes and the teleportation array appeared again. He disappeared with the 7-star ancient pagoda. The attack of the first elder of the water fairy sacred ground missed. That's a short distance teleportation array. He must still be in the sacred ground. Go and find him. We can't let him escape. The first elder of the water fairy sacred ground's face turned ferocious as he quickly spread out his soul perception. The other Wu Sheng realm experts also hurriedly flew away and immediately spread throughout the sacred ground. At this moment, in the palace where the new disciples lived in the outer sect of the water fairy sacred ground, on the wall, runes filled the air and a figure covered in black light appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Yu, who had used the sky evasion stealing technique. I didn't expect this teleportation array to be useful. The dragon soul in the ancient seal of the dragon god exclaimed. When Qin Yu left this teleportation array, the dragon soul felt that it was unnecessary. Now, it seemed that Qin Yu had already thought of a way to deal with such a situation when he learned about the water immortal sacred peak in the 100 countries battlefield. Although Qin Yu also heaved a sigh of relief, there was no joy on his face. Before successfully leaving the Narcissus sacred land, he could not let his guard down. He immediately took out array diagrams from his spatial ring and quickly unsealed them, forming a transmission array. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, Qin Yu had only left behind a short-distance transmission array here. However, if he wanted to get rid of the water immortal sacred ground, he would have to leave the water immortal sacred peak using a long-distance teleportation array. Boom! Right at the moment when Qin Yu formed the conveying array, an incomparably vast oppressive might suddenly descended upon him. In that instant, Qin Yu's body froze. He felt as if the entire void had frozen. The divine dragon ancient seal trembled slightly, and Qin Yu instantly recovered from the pressure. Sumeru realm. However, just as Qin Yu was about to trigger the transmission array, his face suddenly changed. In that pressure, there was actually a Sumeru realm mustard seed power. The so-called Sumeru realm was a realm that opened up between the heavens and earth, just like the blood mist devil stream in the Qingzhou Forbidden Grounds. At this moment, the entire water immortal sacred ground was covered by a Sumeru realm mustard seed power. Could the water immortal sacred ground be located in a Sumeru realm? The dragon's soul, who was originally surprised, froze and said in shock. Feeling Wu Sheng's aura approaching from all directions, Qin Yu put away the array diagram and immediately left the palace. Although the transmission array could allow people to cross space, it did not have the power to break through realms. Unless this Sumeru realm had a fixed exit, like the blood mist devil stream. Unfortunately, this mustard seed space had completely sealed off the entire water immortal sacred peak. The moment he came out of the palace, Qin Yu immediately raised his head and looked at the peak of the water immortal sacred peak in the distance. In the sky above the peak of the water immortal sacred peak, a pale gray vortex cloud appeared. A tidal wave of Sumeru realm mustard seed power spread throughout the water immortal sacred ground. At this moment, the entire water immortal sacred ground turned pale gray, as if the heavens and earth had lost their color. Qin Yu, who has a rather solemn expression on his face, takes a look at that 10,000 zhang large whirlpool cloud and hurriedly flees. Qin Yu is able to sense a lot of extremely tyrannical auras from that cloud vortex. Although he did not find any martial gods, the strength of the existence hidden in the mustard seed secret domain was definitely far beyond the Wusheng realm. It could even be said that they were not on the same level. No wonder his mother said that the water immortal sacred ground was far beyond his imagination. Where do you think you're going? The sinister-looking first elder of the sacred ground charged over like lightning. A fatal attack suddenly blasted toward Qin Yu, vowing to kill Qin Yu. Whoosh! A black light flashed, and a sinister, ghostly aura spread out. The skeleton ghost king blocked the first elder's attack. Although the ghost runes were broken and the ghost bones shook, the skeleton ghost king still managed to block the first elder. Qin Yu took the opportunity to flash and quickly fled to the edge of the water immortal sacred ground. Only by approaching the Sumeru realm wall could Qin Yu escape from the water immortal sacred peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the other Wu Sheng realm cultivators had already surrounded him. Scram! Qin Yu roared as he stabbed out with the hell-suppressing divine spear. Streaks of spear radiance that contained the power of the heavens killing array tore through the air and exploded. Perhaps it was because Qin Yu's God Punishment Array's attack was too shocking. At this moment, the Wu Sheng realm cultivators felt the killing intent of the God Punishment Array and were clearly afraid. Poof! Just as Qin Yu took the opportunity to escape, a streak of ice appeared out of nowhere and pierced through Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's true Yuan barrier and the sealing power of the 7-star ancient pagoda were useless against that streak of ice. Had it not been for Qin Yu's quick reaction and shifting several inches to the side at the crucial moment, his heart would have already been pierced. Kacha! Kacha! Following the appearance of that block of ice, an enormous hand of ice that was several tens of feet in size emerged from the cloud vortex and grabbed at Qin Yu with lightning speed. Wherever the giant ice hand passed, space froze and turned into a world of ice. Sacred Lord! The first elder of the sacred land was shocked. No way? The sacred Lord has come out of seclusion? The other Wu Sheng realm cultivators of the water immortal sacred ground were also shocked. God Punishment Array. Qin Yu's eyes were resolute as the killing intent of the God Punishment Array surged into the Warden Divine Spear. In the next moment, the Warden Divine Spear was thrown out by Qin Yu like a javelin and stabbed into the incoming giant ice hand. Explode! Qin Yu, whose entire body was covered in flesh and blood, shouted loudly. The hell-suppressing divine spear that he threw out was directly smashed apart. Under the destructive power of the God Punishment Array and the heaven-grade spiritual artifacts explosion, the terrifying giant ice hand disappeared into the void. How ruthless! The eyes of the water immortal sacred ground, cultivators of the Wu Sheng realm, started twitching. If the target of Qin Yu's attack were them, then they would likely be killed without a doubt. Whoosh! At this moment, a bone-chilling wind blew past. Before Qin Yu could react, he found that the 7-star ancient pagoda that he had swept with his true yuan had been wrapped in ice and was flying toward the water-immortal sacred peak. Chapter 143. Stay here! Qin Yu's expression changed, and the divine dragon ancient seal shook. Dragon blood gushed out of the 9 serenities held dragon's body and turned into a river of dragon chi that flowed into Qin Yu's body. However, whether it was the majestic dragon blood or the rolling dragon chi, they were all faintly mixed with a light green color. That was because the corpse poison had not been completely neutralized. However, at this moment, Qin Yu was unable to care about that. Roar! With a loud dragon roar, Qin Yu, who was covered in blood, chased after Lin Yin like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! 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 Divine Dragon Sky Fist. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp as he threw out a punch. A solid fist light that was a few feet long shot out with an invincible fist aura. The killing intent of the god-slaying array in the solid fist light emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused the void to tremble. However, at this moment, Qin Yu's right fist also exploded. Flesh and blood splattered all over. Kacha! The fist light and the ice arrow collided. However, under the power of the solid fist light, the ice arrow shattered and turned into sparkling ice shards that scattered in the void. Bang! The cold wind above the 7-star ancient pagoda was shattered by the unstoppable fist light. At the moment when the ice ceiling barrier was broken, with an intention from Qin Yu, the 7-star ancient pagoda started to blossom with rays of light. It rapidly evaded the area of the god-punishing killing intent. Buzz! 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 Just as Qin Yu controlled the 7-star ancient pagoda to fly back, a giant ice figure formed above the water fairy's sacred ground. Although the figure was also formed by ice, it gave off a vast aura that could suppress the heavens and earth. The giant ice hand and ice arrow from before were as weak as ants in front of the ice figure. The 7-star ancient pagoda that had been shattered was suppressed by the ice figure once again. The ultimacy of heaven and earth? The martial god realm. The dragon soul's eyes widened. No, he hasn't completely comprehended heaven and earth Upanishad. Qin Yu, whose eyes have become a lot dimmer due to the continuous heavy injuries, looks at that icy illusory figure with an even sharper gaze. Even if you have not achieved the martial god realm, you are still not the same as you are now. The dragon's soul, which had been speaking hastily, stopped abruptly. At this time, in the depths of the divine dragon seal, above the altar, the extermination of deity, painting trembled slightly. The entire god-slaying formation lit up with mysterious markings. Wisps of extremely terrifying killing intent emanated from Qin Yu, who was covered in blood. You want to use the entire god-slaying array. You're crazy. You will die. The dragon soul saw through Qin Yu's intentions, and its pupils shrank as it cried out in horror. Qin Yu didn't seem to hear the dragon soul's words. His eyes were filled with determination, and the killing intent on his body became even more shocking. Even if you bring out the entire god-slaying formation now, at most, both sides will suffer. It's impossible for you to save your mother. Leave it to me. I won't let anything happen to your mother. However, you have to escape. When the dragon's soul saw this, it knew that it was useless to persuade Qin Yu. The dragon runes on its dragon scales lit up. The dragon's soul absorbed the 9 serenities, hell, dragons, blood once again. Roar! Before Qin Yu could react, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. It was accompanied by a mighty dragon's aura. The dragon's soul became 1,000 feet tall and soared into the sky, appearing around the 7-star ancient pagoda. A dragon! Everyone in the water fairy's sacred ground was shocked when they saw the lifelike dragon soul. Although there were many legends about dragons in the ancient books of the Sky Dragon continent, only a few people had seen it. However, very few people had ever seen it. It had always been a legendary divine beast. Who would have thought that Qin Yu had a dragon with him? No, that's not a real dragon. It's just a spiritual body. Soon, the Wusheng realm cultivators realized that the dragon soul was not a real entity. Even so, it still left them extremely shocked. Only a true member of the dragon clan would possess a dragon soul. Qin Yu had definitely seen a true dragon before. This is, when Qin Yu saw the dragon runes on the dragon soul scales, he immediately knew what the dragon's soul wanted to do. Roar. As expected, when the dragon's soul circled around the 7-star ancient pagoda, the dragon runes shone brightly. Countless dragon shadows rose into the sky, forming the 10,000 dragons worshipping phenomenon. Crack! Wherever the dragon shadows passed, the originally pale gray void of the water immortal sacred land shattered on a large scale. The sunlight shone in, bringing a dazzling radiance to this light gray world. Not only that, as the gray sky shattered, a chaotic dragon aura appeared with the dragon soul as the center and spread out. The dragon soul and the 7-star ancient pagoda were covered by the chaotic dragon aura and could not be seen. Boom! When the icy figure saw this, it immediately formed a giant icy palm and attacked the chaotic dragon aura. However, all of the attacks directly passed through the primal chaos dragon aura. It was as if the primal chaos dragon aura did not possess a physical body. The sacred lord's attack is useless. The sacred ground grand elder and the rest of the Wusheng sacred ground were stunned when they saw the icy figure attacking continuously. At this moment, even the existences in the whirlpool that had not shown themselves for some reason became restless. The origin dragon world. However, Qin Yu's expression brightened greatly. He did not expect the dragon soul to be able to use the origin dragon world with its current cultivation. In the origin dragon world, all dragons were born with the origin dragon world. When one's power grew, the origin dragon world would grow bigger. Before Qin Yu became a sovereign, in the history of the Tian domain, the emperor of the dragon clan had created the origin dragon world, which covered billions of stars and gathered countless dragons to form the eternal dragon nation, which dominated the myriad worlds. However, for some reason, the dragon emperor disappeared and the eternal dragon nation collapsed. The dragon soul. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's consciousness immediately sank into the ancient seal of the divine dragon. However, the empty ancient seal of the divine dragon froze Qin Yu's joy. The dragon soul was not in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. One must know that the dragon soul's origin spirit relied on the ancient seal of the divine dragon to survive. The origin dragon world of the dragon soul was naturally in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. But now, could it be? Qin Yu quivered and immediately focused his mind into his body. He raised his head and looked at the primal chaos dragon energy in the sky. Sure enough, although the dragon soul and the 7-star ancient pagoda's aura had disappeared in the chaotic dragon aura. However, the chaotic dragon aura had not dissipated. The dragon soul's origin dragon world had been staying in the void all this time? I see. Qin Yu finally understood what the dragon's soul meant by what it said earlier. Immediately, the unsealed array diagram on the spiritual formation plate appeared and formed a teleportation array. Whoosh! With a flash of black light, the skeleton ghost king immediately appeared beside Qin Yu. Kacha! At this moment, seeing that attacking the chaotic dragon aura was useless, the icy shadow slammed its palm toward Qin Yu. In an instant, the void within 10,000 miles was frozen. Scram! Qin Yu roared and clenched his left hand into a fist. The killing intent of the entire heaven punishment array and the god punishment array merged and blasted out. Rumble! The moment the icy shadow's palm collided with Qin Yu's fist, the entire world seemed to be falling apart. A destructive shockwave blasted out. On the originally frozen water deity's sacred peak, Huge cracks spread out like spiderwebs, and countless buildings collapsed. The entire sacred peak was on the verge of collapse. When the terrifying shockwave dissipated, Qin Yu's figure had completely disappeared. However, the water deity's sacred peak looked as if it had been destroyed by a natural disaster. It was a tragic sight. Chapter 144. He still managed to escape? Seeing that Qin Yu had disappeared without a trace, the faces of the Wusheng from the water fairy's sacred ground turned ugly. Martial Emperor, a mere martial emperor. He had actually turned the water fairy's sacred ground upside down and humiliated them. Immediately send people to the true martial dynasty and slaughter the Qin clan's entire clan. Also, carefully investigate Qin Yu's whereabouts after he came to the sacred ground and when he was in the Zhen Wu dynasty. His teleportation array must have been built at the place where he appeared before. The first elder of the sacred ground looked at the shaking water fairy's sacred mountain that looked like it would collapse at any moment. His face was as sinister as a poisonous snake. They had sent out more than 30 Wu Sheng realm cultivators, and even the sacred leader had personally taken action. But Qin Yu still managed to escape. There was no way they could hide this news. The water fairy's sacred ground had been thoroughly humiliated this time. Therefore, before the news spread, they had to kill the Qin family to intimidate the Azure province. Yes, the Wu Sheng realm cultivators from the water fairy's sacred mountain immediately acknowledged the order and teleported away. Crack! In the void, the icy illusory figure completely froze the area where the primal chaos dragon Qi permeated before disappearing. Seeing this, the first elder of the sacred ground glanced at the frozen chaotic dragon aura. His figure flashed as he flew to the top of the sacred mountain. After entering the cloud vortex, the first elder of the sacred ground appeared in a world of ice. Cold winds howled. There were many figures in the world of ice. They seemed casual, but they seemed to contain some kind of Tao realm as they sat cross-legged in the air. Those people were forming hand seals with their hands. The intent of heaven and earth surged from their bodies and formed a huge array. At the center of the formation, a figure surrounded by ice was sitting cross-legged quietly. It was a white-robed man who looked to be in his 30s. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked majestic without being angry. Sacred leader. The first elder of the sacred ground walked in and bowed respectfully to the white-robed man. This kid's talent is strong enough to overturn our sacred ground's 10,000 years of inheritance. No matter what, we have to find him and kill him. The white-robed man did not open his eyes or mouth, but his majestic and cold voice sounded. Don't worry, Holy Lord. As long as he's still on the continent, he'll definitely die. The first elder of the sacred land nodded heavily. But now, Shen Wanhui is sealed in ice, and the natural spiritual crystal of water can't be extracted. Sacred Master, can you get Shen Wanhui out? Asked the first elder of the sacred land. Are there any primordial spiritual crystals of water in the treasure vault? The man in white didn't answer and asked instead. There's another batch, but it's to be handed over to the Snow Marquis estate. If we use it, the Grand Elder was shocked. He actually wanted to use the natural water crystals that were handed over to the Snow Lord Manor. Could it be that even the Sacred Master was unable to rescue Shen Wanhui from the chaotic Dragon Qi? My closed-door training has reached a critical juncture. Within this year, the innate spiritual crystals of water cannot be cut off. As for other matters, we will talk about them later. The white-clothed man said, Yes. At this moment, the great elder of the Holy Land finally understood. It was true that the Holy Master was helpless against the primal, chaos Dragon Qi. Hence, he had to resort to such a method. From today onwards, your main task is to find him. If he doesn't die, our sacred land will never have a day of peace. The white-clothed man reminded the first elder of the Holy Land as he was about to leave. The first elder of the Holy Land nodded heavily and left the world of ice. At the peak of the Water Fairy's sacred peak, the whirlpool of clouds disappeared. Sunlight shone down, and the Water Fairy's sacred land regained its brightness. However, that brightness instead made the tattered Water Immortal's sacred peak look even more miserable. At this moment, Chinyu, who had been teleported away from the Water Fairy's sacred land, was being led by the skeleton Ghost King into a primitive mountain range. Originally, Chinyu's array map was supposed to teleport him directly to the Blood Mist Devil Stream. However, in the end, the killing intent of the Heaven Punishing Array and the God Punishing Array combined and exploded, causing Chinyu's teleportation array to be destroyed. This caused Chinyu's teleportation to be messed up, and he landed near the primitive mountain range. After getting the skeleton Ghost King to guard outside the cave, Chinyu carefully sensed the condition of his body. Soon, Chinyu had a clear understanding of his situation. His flesh was ruptured and his bones could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. Close to 80% of his bones were completely shattered. His right forearm had completely disappeared. His left palm had also exploded and was dripping with blood. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all severely injured. A terrifying, icy aura had invaded and frozen them. Several cracks had appeared in his dantian, and his true yuan was constantly flowing out. The dragon vein was completely broken, and all 12 parts of the dragon vein were destroyed. All in all, Chinyu's current situation could be said to be hanging on by a single breath. If it wasn't for Chinyu's fire-lightning dragon body reaching the 6th revolution and having a strong vitality, with his current injuries, he would have died a long time ago. Chinyu's consciousness immediately sank into the divine dragon ancient seal. His left and right hands had exploded, and he had lost his Sumra ring. If he wanted to heal his injuries, he could only rely on the dragon chi. Looking at the 9 Abyss Hell dragon, whose vitality had dissipated due to the departure of the dragon soul, Chinyu felt a little regretful. If the corpse chi in the 9 Abyss Hell dragon's body was completely dispersed and Chinyu refined it, his cultivation would undergo an earth-shaking transformation. Now, the effect of the 9 Abyss Hell dragon's bloodline on Chinyu was probably less than half. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The divine dragon ancient seal trembled, and the majestic dragon blood in the 9 Abyss Hell dragon's body gushed out like a river and was refined into a vast dragon chi. Immemorial battle dragon art. Chinyu chanted in his heart and circulated the immemorial battle dragon art. He constantly refined the dragon chi and infused it into his limbs and bones to heal his injuries. After letting the divine dragon ancient seal refine the dragon blood and heal his injuries with the dragon chi, Chinyu's consciousness sank into his soul sea. Secret technique. Twin soul awakening. Not long after, a unique fluctuation came from Chinyu's soul sea. At this moment, nearly 60% of his spiritual strength had been consumed. His consciousness had entered a meditative state. After this battle, his identity and background would definitely be exposed by the Water Fairy's sacred ground. The Qin clan would also be exposed. Therefore, Chinyu had to make a trip back to the Qin clan. Zhenwu Dynasty, Dragon Spiritual City, Qin clan. In the main hall of the Qin clan, Qin Tianhu, who was in the middle of a family meeting, suddenly stood up. Patriarch, what's wrong? Those elders who had entered the Sky Martial Realm and Martial King Realm all looked at Qin Tianhu. Whoosh! At this moment, a powerful aura surged and a golden light appeared in the main hall. It was the golden skeleton left behind by Chinyu. What's going on? Why is this skeleton moving on its own? Could it be a corpse moving? What corpse moving? This is a puppet left behind by the young patriarch. It's not a corpse. Qin Tianhu and the others looked at the golden skeleton in astonishment. Ever since Chinyu left this skeleton in the Qin clan, this was the first time they had seen it move on its own. Second uncle, inform everyone to prepare to teleport away. At this moment, Chinyu's voice sounded from the golden skeleton. Xiaoyu, young patriarch. Qin Tianhu and the other elders blinked their eyes as if they had heard wrong. Second uncle, there's no time. Tell everyone to go to the ancestral hall immediately. Qin Yu's voice is heavy and extremely serious as he says quickly. Quick, go and inform. Qin Tianhu finally confirmed that it was Qin Yu who had spoken. His face turned serious, and he immediately gave the order, rumble. But at this moment, a shocking pressure, as if a huge mountain was pressing down, suddenly suppressed the entire Qin family with an incomparably heavy might. Chapter 145. They are here so quickly. A golden light flashed, and Qin Yu appeared outside the hall. He looked up at the sky above Dragon's spiritual city with a grave expression. In the sky, numerous figures with powerful auras were flying over at an extremely fast speed. There were more than 1,000 of them, and each of them was at least a martial honorable. The 5 leading them were Wushang's. Wushang's realm. There are 5 of them. Gu Yuan, who had sensed many powerful auras in Dragon's spiritual city, immediately appeared. However, when he saw the martial honorables, martial ancestors, and even the 5 Wushangs, he was stunned. What kind of force did the Qin family offend? Could it be? Suddenly, Gu Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. There was only one force in Qingzhou that could send out 5 Wushang's realm. Water, fairy, sacred ground. What a terrifying aura. Who are these people? The faces of the Qin clan's elders turned deathly pale as they looked at the cultivators in the sky who were emitting terrifying auras. Any one of the thousands of figures was enough to completely crush the Qin clan. It seems like it is impossible to bring all of our family members away. Qin Yu looked at the martial artists in the water, fairy, sacred ground, and knew that he had to make a decision. He only had a trace of soul power in the Wushang skeleton, and his fighting strength was only at martial royal realm. The Qin family's crisis was unavoidable, and they had to give up. Xiaoyu, who are they? Among the Qin family, Qin Tianhu was still calm, but his face was pale. Second uncle, I will tell you more about this later. Now, take Xiao Shan and the rest and leave. Take as many as you can. Before Qin Yu finished speaking, a golden light flashed, and he appeared in the sky above the Qin family. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the skeleton's fingers formed seals, the Qin family's array was activated. In the blink of an eye, the Qin family was covered by more than 10 powerful killing arrays and protected. Array? When the 5 Wushang from the water fairy sacred ground saw the Qin family's array formation, their faces revealed ferocious killing intent. Seeing these array formations, they thought of the killing intent array on Qin Yu's body. If it wasn't for their killing intent, they wouldn't have allowed Qin Yu to escape. Boom! A huge golden fireball appeared behind Wushang, the heaven and earth intent domain that was as hot as lava spread out. In an instant, the entire dragon spirit city turned into a sea of fire. Numerous palaces and pavilions were set ablaze. Countless commoners and low-level martial practitioners were turned into dried corpses under the concept of heaven and earth. It was as if all the water in his body had evaporated in an instant. Is this the power of Wushang? All the cultivators in Dragon Spirit City felt chills run down their spines as their faces turned pale. To them, Wushang's realm had always been a legendary existence. The power of Wushang's realm had always only existed in legends. But now, they finally understood how terrifying the power of Wushang's realm was. Puff! 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 Many cultivators fled in panic. But the moment they stepped out of Dragon Spirit City, they exploded without warning. In the void, many martial honorables and martial ancestors from the water fairy sacred ground attacked. All the cultivators who tried to escape Dragon Spirit City were killed in an instant. Their mission was to exterminate the entire Qin family. Before they found out who the Qin family was, they would kill anyone who dared to escape. It didn't matter if they were from the Qin family or not. In their eyes, the people in Dragon Spirit City were just ants. What are they trying to do? Could it be that they want to massacre the city? This caused many martial artists who were planning to secretly fly away to freeze on the spot as they looked at the people from the water fairy Holy Land in horror. Boom! 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 At that moment, in the golden fireball behind Wusheng, golden fireballs the size of fists rained down on the Qin family like a meteor shower. In the blink of an eye, the defensive array that Qin Yu had set up melted like paper. Once the array was destroyed, the golden fireballs fell on the Qin family. Boom! 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 The Qin family was immediately annihilated. Houses collapsed and burned, and clan members died in the flames. Cries for help could be heard continuously. Take Xiao Shan and the rest and leave. Seeing Qin Tianhu and the rest in shock, Qin Yu's true origin surged as he grabbed them and threw them out. Shaner, Qin Tianhu snapped out of his daze. He finally understood the Qin family situation and quickly turned around. Father! At that moment, a terrified voice was heard. Qin Shan led a group of Qin family's younger generation and rushed toward Qin Tianhu and the rest. Among that group of people, the Jiang siblings that Qin Yu had saved, Jiang Yuani and Jiang Qingyu, were also present. After cultivating in the Qin family, the siblings' cultivation had reached the earth martial realm. Their progress was shocking, and they were peerless geniuses comparable to Qin Yu. Not good. Qin Tianhu and the other elders immediately rushed over and prepared to take Qin Shan and the rest to the ancestral hall. But at that moment, a golden fireball fell toward them. The golden fireball looked light, but it arrived in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a flash of golden light, Qin Yu appeared and punched out with all his strength. Crack! Qin Yu used all his strength and barely managed to change the trajectory of the golden fireball. But he was also sent flying by the fireball. His body burned with terrifying golden flames, and his bones broke inch by inch. He lost the ability to fight. Xiao Yu! Qin Tianhu's expression changed drastically, but he quickly reacted. Qin Yu was only controlling the golden skeleton and not himself. He immediately rushed out with Qin Shan and the rest. However, Qin Tianhu's voice caused the 5 martial sages of the Water Fairy, Holy Land, to look over at the same time. They should be the people in charge of the Qin family, right? The blazing martial saint pointed with his finger, and a 3-meter-wide golden fireball with the power to incinerate mountains and boil seas fell towards Qin Tianhu and the others. Dodge! Qin Yu shouted anxiously, but there was nothing he could do in his current state. He could only watch as the golden fireball was about to hit Qin Tianhu and the rest. At this moment, Qin Yu was filled with regret. Before going to the 100 countries battlefield, Qin Yu had considered letting the Qin family leave early. But in order to not let the Water Fairy's sacred ground find out that there was something wrong with his background, he did not let the Qin family leave. But he didn't expect that the Qin clan would actually fall to such a state of extermination because of his wrong decision. Rumble! Under the fearful and despairing gazes of Qin Tianhu and the others, the large fireball exploded. A terrifying flame, shockwave, swept out quickly. Everything in its path was burned to ashes. Qin Yu stared at the sea of fire in a daze. Over 10 years of memories flashed through his mind. He had never seen his father in this life. Ever since he could remember, it was his second uncle who had taken care of him. But now his second uncle had been reduced to ashes right in front of his eyes. Boom! Just when Qin Yu thought that Qin Tianhu and the rest were dead, 2 terrifying auras suddenly soared into the sky. The golden flames that were originally capable of incinerating all living things were actually scattered and disappeared by that aura. Qin Tianhu and the rest were revealed. They were unharmed. What is this power? The faces of the 5 Wusheng from the Water Fairy sacred ground changed drastically. Their hair stood on end as they looked at Qin Tianhu and the rest in horror. In the end, his gaze locked onto two figures. Reincarnation force. Qin Yu suddenly regained his senses, his eyes filled with shock. Reincarnator. Chapter 146. They are reincarnators. Qin Yu looked at the Jiang siblings who were protected by Qin Tianhu and the others. He was extremely shocked. Even the billions of living beings could not escape the 6 paths of reincarnation after death. This was the Tao of heaven and earth. As for reincarnators, their souls remained intact and their memories were sealed after going through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Qin Yu was one such example. If one's soul was dispersed, he would become a new living being after going through the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, Qin Yu was able to reincarnate because he had consumed the reincarnation elixir. When his soul was awakened in his previous life, he was extremely weak. However, the situation of the Jiang clan siblings was completely different from his. At this moment, Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu's bodies were filled with a destructive power. That was the reincarnation power, one of the most terrifying powers in the Tao of Heaven. The siblings had awakened from the reincarnation at the moment of their death. It was obvious that they had forcefully broken free from the 6 paths of reincarnation and returned from the reincarnation. Such existences were legends, even in the long history of the Qingyun region. Who exactly were the Jiang siblings in their previous lives? Rumble. At this moment, one could clearly see that there were countless mysterious energies gathering toward the Jiang clan siblings, the Tao of heaven and earth. Qin Yu was even more shocked. The Tao of heaven and earth had just awakened from the reincarnation power? His reincarnation and rebirth were nothing compared to the Jiang clan siblings. Extraordinary soul power, shocking vitality, Jiang siblings. Could it be that 30,000 years ago? Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed. He recalled a legend he had read in the Qingyun region. 30,000 years ago, the Jiang clan, one of the ancient clans of the Qingyun region, had produced 2 peerless geniuses. One had an indestructible innate divine body, while the other had an immortal, primordial divine soul. The 2 of them were a pair of siblings. In the history of the Qingyun region, they were the last to ascend to the immortal realm after the immortal path collapsed. However, it had always been a mystery in the Qingyun region whether they had broken through the immortal tribulation and become immortal. If the brother and sister in front of him were the brother and sister who had ascended in the past, then, in that case, it wouldn't be so hard for them to accept that they were blessed by the laws of heaven and earth as soon as they awakened. After all, the legendary brother and sister of the Jiang clan had experienced the tribulation of becoming immortal. Even when Qin Yu was at his peak in his previous life, he was far from comparable. Finally, I have successfully reincarnated. As the laws of heaven and earth were added to his body, Jiang Yuanyi's appearance changed greatly. In the blink of an eye, he became a handsome young man. His skin emitted a magical glow. Each ray of magical glow contained a unique Tao of the heavens and earth. The void was swept by the treasure light, and pitch-black cracks were faintly visible. Jiang Qingyu, who was beside Jiang Yuanyi, had also turned into a beautiful young girl. Her bright eyes shone with 7-colored light, like a rainbow. A special mark formed between her eyebrows, and a wave of soul power that could suppress heaven and earth spread out. All of the living beings within a radius of 5,000 kilometers felt as if their souls were being crushed by a gargantuan mountain. Could those powers be the legendary laws of heaven and earth? The faces of the 5 martial saints from the Water Fairy Holy Land turned even paler as they felt the increasingly terrifying aura from the Jiang clan siblings. Retreat. Immediately, the 5 of them gave the order and quickly fled. Since you're here, stay. Jiang Yuanyi, whose body was emitting a magical glow, looked over and stretched out his right hand. Immediately, the wind and clouds surged. A giant hand of the laws of heaven and earth suppressed everyone from the Water Fairy sacred ground. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, under countless shocked gazes in Dragon Spirit City, the people from the Water Fairy's sacred ground exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Whether it was the martial honorables, martial ancestors, or the five Wushang, they all turned into a bloody mist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hiss! In Dragon Spirit City, the martial artists who saw this scene all sucked in a breath of cold air. Thousands of martial honorables, martial ancestors, and five Wushang were killed just like that? In the past, you helped us once. Now we're even. Jiang Yuanyi flicked his finger, and a law of heaven and earth entered the golden skeleton where Qin Yu's soul power was. With a cracking sound, the golden skeleton healed and Qin Yu stood up. See you in the sky region. After glancing at Qin Yu, Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qinyu flew up into the sky. A huge, pitch-black crack had appeared in the sky at an unknown location. In the pitch-black crack, chaotic lightning flickered. Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qinyu flashed into the chaotic lightning and disappeared. See you in the sky region? You can tell that I'm also a reincarnator. Seeing Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qinyu disappear, Qin Yu was shocked. Even if they were both reincarnators, Qin Yu did not have the power of reincarnation. The siblings of the Jiang clan were really not simple. Second uncle, tell all the enemies to retreat immediately. Qin Yu quickly came back to his senses. Looking at the destroyed Qin clan, he flew to the side of Qin Tianyu and the others. This time, the Water Fairy's sacred land lost 5 Wushang realms. It could be said to be a heavy loss. Once the news spread, there would definitely be more fierce revenge. The Qin clan must immediately retreat from Dragon Spirit City. Okay. Qin Tianhu immediately led the elders to gather the clansmen. As Qin Yu had made arrangements before leaving, the Qin clan had been prepared to retreat. Now, they only needed to gather the clansmen. Not long after, the Qin clan members quickly gathered at the Qin clan's ancestral shrine and teleported away. Before Qin Yu teleported away, he set up several small spiritual arrays around the teleportation array. Rumble. After they teleported away, the spiritual arrays immediately exploded, and the entire ancestral shrine collapsed. The huge teleportation array immediately dissipated. When the Qin clan members teleported away, the cultivators of Dragon Spirit City were also like birds startled by the twang of a bow, frantically retreating. In less than 2 hours, the bustling Dragon Spirit City became an empty city. At this moment, in the depths of the blood mist devil stream in the Qingzhou Forbidden Land, in an extremely hidden place, there was a spiritual array that covered the sky and the sun. It turned into a blood-colored light screen and merged with the blood mist. Hundreds of Qin clan members appeared in the spiritual array. Everyone had survived a disaster and did not even have time to grieve for their dead clansmen. None of them had a clear idea of what had happened today. First, a group of frightening experts of the martial ancestor realm and martial saint realm appeared. Then, the Jiang clan's brother and sister that Qin Yu brought back displayed their astonishing abilities and killed all the martial ancestor realm and martial saints before breaking through the void and leaving. Xiaoyu, can you tell me exactly what happened now? After Qin Yu asked the elders of the Qin clan to settle down the Qin clan members, he walked towards Qin Yu's golden skeleton. Qin Yu did not hide anything and told Qin Tianhu about his parents. Water Fairy Sacred Land? Qin Tianhu was stunned. The shock that Qin Yu's words gave him was not small. Now he knew why his big brother had not returned to the Qin clan all these years. He was afraid that the Water Fairy Sacred Land would investigate the Qin clan. Second uncle, you all should stay here for now. Soon, I will destroy the Water Fairy Sacred Land and bring you all away. The blood mist demon stream was far from the Water Fairy Sacred Land. Most importantly, this was the Sumer realm, and there was the Emperor Aura here, which suppressed soul power. Qin Yu also set up many illusory arrays and traps around the spiritual array with the help of the blood mist in the blood mist demon stream. For the time being, this place was definitely safe. Destroy the water fairy's sacred land? Qin Tianhu was shocked once again. That was one of the 5 overlords of the continent, and the Qin clan was just a small clan in Dragon Spirit City. Qin, you actually said that he would destroy the water fairy's sacred land? Not long. Chapter 147. Qin, you did not say anything more. After instructing his second uncle not to leave this ritual array, he calmed down his soul energy. Since the Qin family had settled down, then Qin Yu was able to wholeheartedly take care of his own troubles. In an ancient cave in a mountain range an unknown distance away from the blood, mist demonic stream, Qin Yu, who had remained motionless with dragon qi surging around him, returned to his main body and slowly opened his eyes. After this period of dragon qi seeping into his body, Qin Yu had recovered significantly from his injuries. His torn flesh had already stopped bleeding, and the cold qi that invaded his body had been purified. However, his torn flesh, meridians, limbs, and bones, as well as his missing right forearm and left palm, were all damaged. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the ruptured mane and branch dragon veins. Most importantly, the cracks in his dantian had yet to heal. All of these injuries were extremely serious. One could say that this time, Qin Yu had damaged his foundations. Normally speaking, given Qin Yu's current injuries, he would need at least a year to recover. However, Qin Yu had vast dragon qi supporting him. Healing would not be so troublesome. One day later, when his body could move without executing the azure dragon battling the heavens, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. Xiao Chen's missing left and right hands were formed by the battle dragon's veritable essence energy, forming a profound hand seal. Secret technique, flesh regrowth. Qin Yu shouted in his heart. The dragon qi in his body surged, and an extremely strong qi and blood fluctuation spread out. Following that, a shocking scene appeared. Visible qi and blood surged on Qin Yu's missing right forearm and left palm. His blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and skin quietly regenerated. For hours later, Qin Yu's left hand regenerated. However, his skin and flesh were tender and could not compare to Qin Yu's 6th grade fire lightning dragon body. 5 hours later, Qin Yu's right arm had also recovered to its original state. Qin Yu's veritable essence energy scattered, and he stretched his 10 fingers. This time, the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon had used up nearly 1/10 of its dragon aura. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, his hands were finally fully recovered. After his hands were healed, Qin Yu continued to use the secret technique to heal his severely damaged internal organs. While Qin Yu was recovering from his internal injuries, time slowly passed. Roar! 7 days later, a loud dragon roar resounded in the mountain range. The vast dragon might intimidated countless living beings. In the ancient cave, Qin Yu stood up. The current him had a ruddy complexion and a powerful aura. Compared to 7 days ago, he was completely different. In these 7 days, Qin Yu had completely refined the dragon blood of the 9 Hells Hell Dragon. Not only had he completely recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation had also improved greatly. Qin Yu's original cultivation rank was at rank 7 Martial Royal Realm. Now he had jumped a rank and entered the rank 7 Martial Honorable Realm. The origin dragon vein in his body condensed once more. Not only that, but the original Crimson Dragon vein had also evolved by 2 levels, becoming a deep yellow dragon vein. His aptitude had also taken a huge leap, and he had directly entered the Sacred Vein stage. The original 12 partial spiritual veins had become 20 partial spiritual veins. The reason why Qin Yu's cultivation rank had only broken through by 1 rank was that besides using the flesh regeneration secret technique and consuming 60% of the dragon blood, in the transformation of the origin dragon vein and the condensation of the partial spiritual veins, more than 20% of the dragon blood had been consumed. After entering the rank 7 Martial Honorable Realm, Qin Yu's soul power had awakened 5 rounds in his soul sea. The strength of his soul power had reached a level comparable to Wusheng's. The soul-devouring curse that he had cultivated in his previous life could also be used. The soul-devouring curse was a soul-secret technique recorded in the Myriad Souls technique. It could devour the origin soul power of living beings to strengthen the souls of several bodies. When the soul power reached a certain level, it could be materialized and it could be said to be a killing move. Of course, after completely refining the dragon blood of the 9 Hells Hell Dragon, Qin Yu's first origin dragon seal was condensed in the ancient dragon seal. It contained the 9 Hells Hell Dragon's natal superpower, 9 Hells Purgatory. Appear! With a thought, Qin Yu's dragon chi fluctuated. A dark dragon scale grew out from under his skin and spread all over his body. In the next instant, with Qin Yu as the center, the area within 100 feet radius instantly turned into a pitch-black space. The space was dead silent and there was no light at all. It was so dark that even one's perception was completely suppressed. Not only is it a space-type superpower, it also has the ability to suppress vision and soul perception. A light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The 9 Hells Hell Dragon's origin dragon world was stronger than he had expected. Moreover, the Dragon Clan's superpower was the same as the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens. It would continue to grow stronger as one's cultivation rank increased. In the future, it could even exceed the limits of the Dragon Clan's body. After his cultivation rank increased and the dragon seal condensed, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and his mind sank into the ancient dragon seal. As Qin Yu's hands formed seals, streams of pure dragon chi condensed into a mysterious dragon seal and disappeared into the depths of the ancient dragon seal on a piece of pitch-black dragon scale. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After waiting for a full 2 hours, the dragon scale trembled slightly, and the mysterious dragon patterns on it glowed. Through the origin dragon scale, I can still communicate with the dragon soul. Seeing this, Qin Yu relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. As the dragon runes lit up, the dragon soul's aura was emitted. Not long after, an illusory dragon soul that was less than 5 feet long condensed on the dragon scale. Oh, from the looks of it, you have successfully escaped from the water fairy's sacred ground. The dragon soul sensed Qin Yu's powerful aura and seemed to be relieved. You risked your life to break the Sumer world. If I couldn't escape, wouldn't I be too useless? Hearing the dragon soul's voice, Qin Yu smiled. Don't be happy too early. My current situation is very bad. The dragon soul said solemnly, Tell me in detail. The smile on Qin Yu's face disappeared. Since the dragon soul directly said that his situation was bad, the situation was more serious than he thought. Although I forcefully displayed the origin dragon world, all of the origin dragon chi has been exhausted. Therefore, I can't maintain the origin dragon world for long. The dragon soul said, How long can you maintain it? Qin Yu's expression became serious. At most half a year. In half a year, you must have the strength to fight against the water fairy's sacred ground. Otherwise, once the origin dragon world dissipates, your mother and I will die. The dragon soul said, Half a year. Qin Yu's expression relaxed. Your mother said that the water fairy's sacred ground has more than 10 times the experts that are on the surface. Moreover, they have close ties with one of the forces in the 7 major martial fields. This time, don't take any chances. The dragon soul said, After this battle, the water fairy's sacred ground would definitely be on high alert. If Qin Yu wanted to sneak in again, he would definitely be walking into a trap. Don't worry, I will definitely destroy the water fairy's sacred ground in half a year. Qin Yu said in a serious tone. When he went to the water fairy's sacred ground again, it would be the day the water fairy's sacred ground was destroyed. At this moment, the dragon soul seemed to have sensed something and was slightly shocked. What's wrong? Qin Yu asked. I seem to have sensed the ancestral dragon chi. The dragon's soul said in shock, "Ancestral dragon Chi?" After being startled for a moment, Qin Yu suddenly became excited. The ancestral dragon was known as the ancestor of all dragons. It had the most supreme dragon clan bloodline in the world and was comparable to a real dragon. In Qin Yu's previous life, the reason why he went to the immortal god graveyard was because he heard that the ancestral dragon blood existed there.